Why, hello. I'm back. Thank you all so much for being here, and hopefully you had a nice 2 weeks off. But guess what? It's gym time again. We have returned from Yokohama, Japan, and I had an incredible experience. Thank you all so much for the subs to get the stream kicked off. Real Big B with the Prime sub. Birdkeeper Matthew with the sub. King Jester. Jay Stewart. CFS. Espresso. Shady. Co-19. Mr. Misters. Ionios. Amik. Merfolk. Dang, there's a lot of these. Carrot Sticks. Spike Owens. Thomas. Miko with the tier 3 sub. Slade. Tall Jammer. D Green. Shadow Tag. Kyle with the tier 3 sub. Jev. Shubhan. Shiroyu. Riderly. Movie Socks. Sketch 9. It's Lacoze. Incomplete Pokedex. Knights. And Constantinos. Thank you. McLeod. Thank you. Thank you all so much for the very warm welcome back. I really appreciate that. Dang. Japan was crazy. It was awesome. It was magical. It was anything but relaxing. I mean, like, it was a vacation, but it was not a vacation. It was an exciting trip. We did a lot. Every day was nonstop. It was nonstop action. Thank you, Brandon, for the tier 3 sub. 48 months. Thank you, Mr. Mousehold. The sub and the 47 months. Thank you. Knife Laugh Love. Thank you. Thank you, My SB. Brady, Logical Choice. Thank you all so much. Yeah, I think I took a lot of I took a lot of footage. I took a lot of pictures. I took a lot of footage. I'm really thankful to all the people who like kind of insisted that I record some of my trip to bring home. Thank you, Henry, for the Prime sub. Thank you. Because this is going to be the best video that I've ever made on the channel by far. It's not going to be close. It's going to be 2 videos, I think. Oh, yeah. #1 Miraidon player in the world. Let's freaking go, dude. What's up, Miraidon? Now, it's one thing to do well at the World Championships with any other deck, but Miraidon, bro, we grinded through day 1 with Miraidon. Top 32 day 2 with Miraidon. Miraidon is back, baby. With the freaking Don, dude. Why would if I had, listen. I built the deck that I played. The deck that I played at Worlds, I built and showed off on stream for like an entire day. We built it right here on stream. Aaron Foe, I haven't talked about why I chose Miraidon because I just got here. We just got here. It happened in plain sight for everybody to see. Thank you, Peter, for the sub and the 31 months. I did see Sajin Park's list. I know. Sajin had a non-path list, but I think that the path lists are better. I said if I brought Zeraora? I did play a Zeraora in my deck, I guess. Thank you, Jay Belanti, for the Prime sub in the 12 months. Oh, the Path version's insane. I'm so freaking stoked, dude. I'm stoked beyond belief. I'm stoked out of my gourd right now. Stoked out of my gourd with how everything went. You know how hard it is to grind through day one? It's not easy. It's not easy, bro. It's not easy grinding through day one. Yeah, the day was full of ups and downs. The whole weekend was just crazy. I played the exact same list day one and day two. There's a couple of tweaks I might have made. I know. I got so much to talk about. We did. I know. We got a lot to talk about, chat. We do. We got so much catching up to do. I know. So much catching up to do. Let me see. Can I get... I'm going to try and get chat up on stream. Give me a second. It's been a minute. Hi. This works, I guess, but not exactly what I'm looking for. Let's see. Window capture. Let's copy that. Take the face cam. Boom. There you go. All right. Chat on screen. We've done it. Fantastic. My goodness. I love Japan, dude. I love Japan. I had such a good time. Everything was so rad. I loved it. I absolutely loved it. I had the trip. It was really the trip of a lifetime. And yeah, I've got a lot of stuff to show off from the trip. I mean, just a lot. I vlogged a lot of stuff. So I think I'm gonna do like 2 videos. I was gone for 2 weeks. I vlogged pretty much like the playing and the tournament experience and talked about my matchups and kind of did like a narration between games. Like I did that. So I'm probably going to have one video that just focuses on the gameplay, the deck I chose, and the in-tournament experiences. That's going to be like one video. And then I'm going to have a second video that's more of like a lifestyle trip vlog style thing that goes over everything that I did on the 2 weeks. So one video that focuses on like the nerd stuff and one video that focuses on the cool stuff, you know? So something like that. Thank you, Winstreak, for that Prime sub in the 2 months. Thank you. All right, let's see. What are we doing here? I was going to do something. You guys want to see some pictures? Let me start off with some pictures. Why not? Oh, yeah. I was going to talk about... Yeah, it's right here. Hold on. Before I start showing off pictures. Where was it? It was like one of these streams. Yeah. I was just playing Miraidon Path like pretty much the whole time. And it was broken. Let's see. Yeah. One of these streams is like I was goofing around. Let's see. Playing like a bunch of different stuff. And then I think I just like went on a win streak with Miraidon Path. And like after that, I was like, this deck was kind of sick and like really fun to play. Let's see. Yeah, I was just like kind of tooling around with the deck. Let's see. Yeah, and it pretty much got birthed like right here. And we were kind of like trimming down all the bad stuff out of the deck, right? And kind of just like, I mean, I think like this is pretty much very close to where I ended up right here. This list, I mean, I can't see the whole list, of course, because I'm on, you know, the Pokemon Trading Card Game Live, of course. Co-19, you helped? You probably did. Yeah. And then, so right here, on this stream day, I mean, I pretty much went undefeated with Miraidon Path for like, I don't know, like 10 games or so. It felt like maybe it was more like 8. But it felt very good. I think I probably lost to that deck, to Wings of Union. But I was beating pretty much everything else I was playing against. And the deck just felt like really smooth during this testing session that I had here. So at this point, like after this stream, I was like, all right, I like Miraidon. That was fun. Like I was genuinely like having a good time, and I like liked playing the deck, and was like, okay. The only thing I really wanted to do was I wanted to take the deck to like an IRL tournament and see how it went, right? So after that, I went to a local League Cup with Miraidon, and that was Barbenheimer weekend. Thank you, Kamehamehas, for the Prime sub. Appreciate it. Thank you, Connor. Thank you, Craig. Thank you, Ghost of Gengar. Thank you, TRG. Thank you, guys. Thank you, Feel Good Ions. Oh, appreciate you all. Thank you. But yeah, so like after playing it here, I was really kind of amped on it, and I just wanted to take it, and I wanted to play it from like in real life, and that was Barbenheimer weekend, right? And so Barbenheimer weekend, I played the deck and at a League Cup, and I made it to the finals, and I scooped the finals of the League Cup against an Arceus deck to go watch Barbenheimer. And I feel like, the Arceus matchup was very good. So the reason why we were so interested in Miraidon at all was because it seemed to have a good Arceus matchup, right? And think about Arceus. Like, there's so much to think and talk about when it comes down to choosing like a deck for the World Championships. But like, Arceus had almost won the North American International Championships. It won the European International Championships. It won the World Championships last year, right? And it seems like a good, safe... It seemed like a good, safe pick going into the World Championships, right? Especially in a day one meta where like you can't really afford to tie. So this deck was very strong into Arceus, but then it also was just a consistent deck, right? Thank you, Mr. Bagel, for the sub and the 8 months. Thank you. Thank you, Stevie B. It just was like a good, fast, consistent deck. This deck felt like an amazing call for a tournament where you don't want to tie. Thank you, Co19, for those 5 gifted subs. Chat, give it up for Co19. Thank you so much for the support, Co19. Let's get some hype going. Thank you, Max Pot, for that Prime sub as well. Let's go. Yeah, thank you all very much. Yeah, thanks, Co19. I appreciate you. So yeah, from like the list that I showed off on stream to this list, there's only a couple of changes. We used to play 2 Arvin, and I used to play 2 Nest Ball, and I took out the second Arvin for a second Forest Sealstone, and I took out a Nest Ball for a Bravery Charm. That's it. This is the exact same list I played at the Cup, except for those 2 changes. We added a second stone and a second Bravery Charm. Yeah, thank you, London K and Poke Dubs. Appreciate it. Oh yeah, Bravery Charm's definitely the best card in the deck. And that's the thing, is that your dudes are huge, bro. With 2 Bravery Charm, and there was like a very low amount of vacuum that I was playing against in general. And a lot of times people had to choose between vacuuming the path or vacuuming the charm, and it's like they couldn't do both, right? Giratina is a great matchup, Stevie B. It doesn't matter. Any Giratina V-Star deck is a good matchup. What finally ended up... Well, all right, so back it up. So, I felt good about the deck, especially after... So, it performed well on stream, right? We built it, played it on stream. It was super smooth. Liked it a lot, right? And then, thank you, Sticks, for the Prime sub. And then I played it at a Cup, and I think I was 1-1 versus Guardy at the Cup. I beat all the Arceus decks I played against. I beat a Lost Tina deck that I played against. I beat a Turbo Lost Zone deck that I played against at the Cup, right? And I beat all the Chempao, the Chempao decks I played against, I beat all those. So, like, thank you, Treminho with the Prime sub, and Icky with the sub and the 41 months. Thank you. Thank you, Ace Trainer Jake, for that Prime sub. So I felt very confident. Like, both the times that I had, like, played it seriously, it was performing really well. And I really was not excited about playing an Arceus deck. My backup choice was Guardy. And that's why I was playing Guardy so obsessively on the ladder leading up to Worlds. Because the 2 decks I was considering were Miraidon and Guardy, right? So I was like, I already feel confident with Miraidon. It's not that hard to play. So then I was spending all of my free time playing Guardy, so that like I felt confident with both, right? Yeah, thank you, Danger Liam, for the sub. Right, so Miraidon didn't need as much practice as Gardevoir did. And if I was going to play Gardevoir, it was going to be very difficult to make it into day 2 because I would have had to grind through day 1 going 6-2, right? Thank you, Machamp King, for the Prime sub in the 4 months. You know, you couldn't get any ties. So that was one of the things that was really kind of pushing my hand towards Miraidon instead. But I'm not going to lie. So the 2 decks that I was primarily considering when I left you all 2 weeks ago, the 2 decks I was really considering were Miraidon and Guardy. So, and if I would have told you what deck am I going to play, if you would have asked me 4 weeks ago what deck I was going to play for Worlds, I would have told you Miraidon. If you had asked me what I was going to play 2 weeks ago, I would have told you I was going to play Guardy. So, on the plane to Japan, I felt confident I was playing Gardevoir. I I was pretty cold on Miraidon. I had just like a few days where the deck just wasn't really doing what I needed it to do. And thank you, Danger Liam. Thank you, Machamp King. Thank you. I had a few cold days like in a row. And Gardevoir, I had just kind of been testing ad nauseum. Like I had just been playing a ton of Gardevoir, right? So I was leaning Gardevoir, but I was very nervous about how it was going to perform in a day one meta, right? So me and JW and Riley, Michael Zealy, and Jesse all got together at the World Championships. We did some touring around on the first couple days that we were there because we got there the week of, right? So we did some touring around for the first 2 days, and JW and Riley, I think it was Riley, like Riley really kind of asks me, he's like, you know, I think on Monday he asks me, he's like, how much Pokemon are you trying to play this week? Because we're in Japan, dude. Like, and I was like, I'm kind of feeling like one full day of Pokemon, right? Because at this point, we had already, as a group, we had done a lot of testing. And I was confident in that test. I felt good about it, right? So I was like, I really don't want to overthink my choice. I kind of just want to take one full day, one final full day to like really lay everything out and see what feels the best. It's like, we're not going to reinvent the wheel. We already feel confident with like our couple choices, right? Because we'd been working together as a team to like come up with these final couple choices. And I think there was a lot of hesitation from our group to send Gardevoir because of the tie factor, because of how slow of a deck it is, right? And because we needed a deck that was either going to win quick or lose quick. Thank you, Stygian Latios with the Prime sub. Appreciate you. So we wanted to go a deck that was going to be more aggressive. Yo, thank you, Melopia, with that $25 dono. Thank you so much. Will the Lost Thunder Slow King be banned from GLC? Why would it? Yeah, this is the first time I've ever seen a dono pop up on the screen like that. But thank you so much. That's exciting. I don't really know even. Yeah, that's crazy. Well, thank you so much for that dono. I appreciate it. Yeah. That's the first time I've ever seen like a big green box come up like that. That's new. That's exciting. It must be. It's a super chat, a new feature copied from YouTube. Yo, that's busted. Well, thank you, Tenno Myopia. I appreciate you. Thank you for that generous donation. Why would Slow King from Lost Thunder get banned from GLC? No, that card will never get banned. It's a cool card. Why would you ban a cool card? Absolutely not. Yeah, this card owns. The first attack, it's not broken. Just knock out the Slow King. Yeah, putting one card in the Lost Zone is totally fine. It's a cool card, but it's not oppressive. No, definitely not. Thank you, Brett, for the Prime sub in the 19 months. But yeah, it's not bad. That's not a bad card. I think it's, yeah, you could do some cheeky little things, but nothing like oppressive. So Riley asks me at the beginning of the week, you know, how much Pokemon do you want to play this week? And I'm like, one full day, right? Seems good. $25 Brazilian money converted, it's $5. Well, thank you for the $5 dono. I appreciate that. Thank you, Ninja Pengui, for the Prime sub and the 2 years. Let's go. Appreciate it. So, I said 1 full day, but that's the thing, is that like check-in is on Thursday, right? Like check-in for Worlds was on Thursday. So we're like, all right, the 1 full day pretty much needs to be Wednesday. And God, was check-in for Worlds a total disaster. What a total disaster. An absolute disaster. But it's fine. We'll get to that. So we decided our testing day is going to be Wednesday. We ended up finding a cool place to test in City Hall, where there were some kind of public tables where we could sit down. And then later on in the day, we found some tables inside like this mall-like building where we tested and got some dinner, and it was awesome. Thank you, Lamberto, for the Prime sub and the 40 months. So we tested all day, and basically our final day's testing was like, I wanted to run Guardy versus some very specific matchups, and I wanted to test Miraidon versus some very specific matchups. And one of the things that we were most worried about was the Guardy matchup for Miraidon, and that felt like 50-50, honestly. But then the Arceus matchup felt really good. The Lost Tina matchup was going really good. And we expected Arceus and Lost Tina decks to be like the 2 biggest decks. Now, JW came into Wednesday with a total mess of a list. Thank you, Lamberto and Snoopy and Oh Hey Trace, for those subs. Thank you. Yeah. So JW tried to take all the paths out of the deck. And we pretty much, so like the last day, JW and I were having a conversation. Yeah. We were basically having a little argument as to whether or not the paths were worth it, right? Or worth it. And JW was trying to put trekking shoes in the deck and take the paths out. So I convinced the whole group to keep the paths in. That was a major contribution. Well, first of all, this was my list that I had made and brought to the group. That JW took the list, took the paths out, and I appreciate him for doing that, because that's what like good teamwork does. You have to push the deck in different directions and seeing kind of like where it goes, right? So, like, I don't mind that at all. JW and I both agreed that we needed 2 Forest Seal Stone. That was like a big thing for us. And JW's one big misgiving about the list was he wanted Lumineon in the deck, but I was like, if you're playing paths, you don't even need that thing. I was like, just use your stone as Lumineon. Like, at the end of the game, you need a game-winning card. Use your stone to go get it. Who cares? So, yeah. So that was like that was one of the arguments that we had the day of as well. But what ended up being the deciding factor for Miraidon over Guardy was that Miraidon was just working more consistently than Gardevoir, and it felt like a better 50-minute best of 3 deck. It felt like we had very convincing wins against Lugia, Arceus, and Lost Tina, right? And it was like, okay, so if we have very convincing Lugia, Lost Tina, and Arceus decks, that was like our predicted meta, right? I was like, we thought Lugia seemed like a really good play. Lugia ended up being the most played deck day 1. So we made an excellent call for the day 1 meta, because Lugia and Arceus were like 2 of the most popular decks, and then Lost Tina was also very popular. We felt like we had like a 50-50 Guardy matchup, so it was like, okay, we're taking 3 very positive matchups, and then we're taking a 50-50 to Guardy. We didn't expect Guardy to be that big day 1 because of the fact that it's because of the tie factor, right? And the one big, gigantic the one gaping hole in our testing was that nobody in our group respected Mew, really. Not a single one. Thank you, Sonny, for the sub and the 39 months. But you only have limited amount of time, right? And we gave Mew a little shout, but Mew just didn't beat the Arceus decks with Umbreon in them. And the thing is that Arceus with Umbreon just didn't show up to Worlds, right? But that was in our projection to show up to Worlds, was Arc Umbreon. So we predicted that the Arc Umbreon decks would like hate Mew out, right? Like the Arc Umbreon with the Spiritomb, all that. We predicted that deck would show up. That deck didn't show up, right? Yeah, it didn't show up and do well, right? So Mew just kind of went unchecked. Now, we weren't totally unprepared for Mew. That was one of my big arguments for keeping the 4-path in the deck. Where like, basically it came down to this. We decided that Miraidon felt like a better tournament deck than Gardevoir for us because it was better we all had to grind through day one. So we were like, all right, if I'm going to have to grind through day one and go 6-2, I'd rather do it with Miraidon and just try to hit some hot matchups and just like sprint through it, right? And I'm not really trying to tie. So we decided on Miraidon over Mew after some Miraidon over Gardevoir after some testing. Riley and JW really didn't want to play Gardevoir. They were really cold on that deck. They felt like there was just so many things that could go wrong. Like if you have bad prizes game one, going back and winning 2 games in a best of 3. Like, yeah, it's tough, right? Because it is such a late game deck. Gardevoir felt like a better day 2 play than a day 1 play. And we kind of wanted to just stick with the same deck day 1, day 2. So we all decided we were going to ship Miraidon. It felt hot. It felt strong. It felt like a deck that people weren't expecting either, which really played to our advantage. So we're like, we're just going to come in, run steaming hot, smack all our opponents so fast, they're not going to know what to do with themselves. And that was our call. So then we had to decide on the final cards in the list. And basically, after playing both my version of the deck and JW's version of the deck, JW was trying to take the paths out and was more of like a turbo shoes oriented deck. My list played the 4 paths. And after discussing back and forth, basically we decided that the trekking shoes didn't actually make a noticeable increase in the amount of turn 1 attacks you got, right? And that was JW's thing. He wanted to be turn 1 attacking as often as possible. And I kind of determined that the shoes were not making like a statistically significant increase in the amount of turn 1 attacks. Like maybe very slightly, but my main argument against shoes was that in a deck like Mew VMAX or a more turbo-oriented deck, right, Shoe is a better card because getting to dig 2 cards, you're probably going to find a live card if you dig 2 cards. Like, especially in a deck like Mew VMAX, where the deck is just all items, right? But my argument against Shoes in Miraidon was that when you play Trekking Shoes, you're just burning resources unnecessarily because you'll play Trekking Shoes, you'll see something like a Lightning Energy or a supporter card, but then you might just discard it in hopes that you find a live card as your next card. But you play 14 Lightning Energy. So a lot of times you're just wasting resources in hopes that you find the card that you're looking for, but you don't actually ever find the card that you're looking for, or not, like, it's not statistically likely that you do. So it felt like it was just like a card that kind of was wasting resources instead of allowing you to like find the cards you want more optimally. So then I was like, the Trekking Shoes don't actually increase your odds of getting a turn 1 attack significantly. And Trekking shoes, like basically JW would have taken out the 4 paths, would have put in 2 beach courts, would have added a Luminion, and then you get like 1 more card, right? So it was like you're not actually gaining like a lot of space when you take out the paths, right? You kind of are like, you gain like 3 spots basically, because you take out all the paths and then you put in a couple of stadiums and you can add like, yeah, you don't gain that much room. So then I was like, all right, how do you make the argument for path? Well, I was like, as far as like a 4 of card, as far as like 4 card spots goes, I was basically making the argument that there are no other, since this is kind of like a low maintenance deck, right? Since it doesn't really need a whole lot, you basically just want to go fast, hit hard, and then disrupt your opponent as much as possible so that you can finish the game out. Thank you, Weenie Lawyer, for the Prime sub. I was like, for 4 spaces, there's nothing that you can put in this deck that's stronger than 4 path. And that was kind of like the hill that I was going to die on. I was like, there are no 4 cards you can add to this deck that will win you more games than those paths. And that ended up being the argument that stuck with our testing group. I was like, go ahead, tell me, what card do you want to add to this deck that's better than 4 paths, right? Yeah, thank you, R. Van Wert, for the Prime sub and the 10 months. And he couldn't answer, and no one could answer, really, because we had kind of seen the proof firsthand that the trekking shoes weren't increasing your frequency of turn 1 attack significantly. So the next best thing to do after you get a turn 1 attack is to put path into play. That's the next best thing you could possibly do, right? Yeah, and path is still good now. I think path is like one of the best cards in the format right now. Path is so good. And basically, I was like, you want to just kind of go fast, slam path down, and you just want to like make it so that your opponent has as hard of a time as possible to respond to your attackers, right? And the fact that you can just, go. Oh, yeah. Another thing JW was trying to do, bro. JW was trying to play only 2 Miraidon EX, bro. This whole stream is just going to be me ratting out JW's bad ideas. Yeah. But my big argument against that was that Miraidon EX is the best starter in the deck. And you want to be able to use your Nest Ball and your Ultra Ball to go get other things like Squawkabilly if you need it. Thank you, Joe DM, for the sub and the 21 months. So yeah, the paths at about, let's see. So going to bed Wednesday night, our group was pretty much on Miraidon, but we wanted to wake up the next morning, Thursday morning, because check-in was Thursday afternoon, right? We wanted to wake up the next morning and like basically figure out the final cards in the list, and that's when we decided on the path version over the shoes version. Thank you, Blackadder, for the sub and the well wishes. And that's when we made the decision to keep the paths and basically send this. And at about like noon on Thursday, Riley was just like, let's just play the 60. It's broken, right? And it was like right after I had beat JW with Gardevoir, it was like, okay, let's just run this. It's sick. So I basically didn't need to hear anything else because I already kind of loved Miraidon. So Miraidon, like I said, 4 weeks ago, if you'd asked me what I was going to play, I would have told you Miraidon. 2 weeks ago, if you'd asked me, I would have told you Gardevoir. And then, like, having the group kind of also, like, into Miraidon kind of pushed me over to Miraidon, because all I really needed was a cosigner. Because going into, think about it, we flew to the other side of the world and decided we were going to play Miraidon, dude. Miraidon, I was literally getting laughed at. I was getting laughed at, bro. by other players at Worlds for playing Miraidon. I was getting laughed at for playing Miraidon. And you realize how stupid you look if you fly to the other side of the world, play Miraidon, and do bad? You look like an idiot, okay? So, like, there was like, now it seems like, oh, yeah, you play Miraidon, that's fine. It's like a top-tier deck. But you got to understand, going into Worlds, Miraidon was not considered a top-tier deck, dude. It was not. Not even a little bit. Like, look at Justin Basil. Where is it? Justin Basil? There we go. Like, he posts the meta updates week to week. Like, you're going into World Championships. This is the week of Worlds. Like, you're going into the World Championships with a deck that's not on this list, bro. You understand? You look like a buffoon if you bring a deck that's not on this list and do bad. You look like a idiot. So, like, that was part of my reason why I wanted to play Gardevoir, was because at least it was a respectable choice, right? Like, at least if I played Gardevoir and didn't make day 2, people would have been like, well, at least you played a good deck, right? But if I brought Miraidon and didn't make day 2, people are going to be like, what's wrong with you? You know what I'm saying? Like, so it was really hard. It was hard. Like, we were like, we're really gonna freaking do this, dude. Like, we're gonna send Miraidon. So yeah. So this was a tough decision to make, because you're basically looking at the metagame chart and you're like, I've got something that people don't know, right? I've got something that people don't know about, and I believe in our testing, and I believe in our deck building abilities, right? And I believe that there is a missing factor in the metagame chart. That takes a lot of gusto, all right? Like, that takes a lot of gusto. You gotta really believe. You gotta really believe to defy this chart, right? So that was sick. And now, since we got top 32 at the World Championships, look at my boy. That's right. That's right, baby. He's on the chart now. Let's freaking go, dude. My opponent, I'm telling you, I got laughed at the entire weekend for playing Miraidon. My opponents were laughing at me, okay? Other American players were laughing at me. I'm telling you, bro. I was getting laughed at the whole time. I know, we got Miraidon again, dude. It's here now. Thank you, Lord Beef, for the sub in the 5 months. Chen Pao is an easy matchup. for Miraidon. That was another reason why we chose Miraidon, because we figured a decent amount of people would play Chen Pao, and Chen Pao is a stinky deck. So that was really exciting. It was exciting. Let's talk about the actual tournament. Okay, let's see. We got... so we decide to play Miraidon Path. We send it. The check-in line was a total disaster, but I'm sure you guys have kind of heard about that. It was just a nightmare. They had every single Worlds competitor line up with every single spectator, which totaled in the multiple thousands, and had us wait for hours outside in the 90-degree heat with humidity. Absolutely disgusting. I don't know what they were thinking. The day before the biggest tournament of the year, I had to wait outside for hours in the 90-degree heat just standing there. Thank you, Cactor and Jack. Yo, thank you, Jack, for the sub in the 32 months. It was insane. It'd be like having... Listen, I know we're not Olympians, but the World Championships is the Pokemon Olympics, okay? It'd be like having Olympic competitors line up with the spectators in line outside. like, bro, there's gotta be an easier way than doing this, right? They had every single Olympian lining up with every single Olympic spectator in 90-degree heat the day before the Olympics. It was like that. Like, there has got to be a better way than that, right? It was ridiculous. Let's see, what's the Pokestats live? Are these my matchups? These are my matchups. Okay. These aren't my matchups. These are my matchups. Yes, these are my matchups. Okay, cool. First round, I played against a Baxcalibur. That was definitely Baxcalibur. And then I forget what that was. I do. It's fine, though. And I remember these were both Arctina. Okay. So, going into the tournament, this is Guardy, I think. Yeah. Going into the tournament, we're expecting to see a lot of Arceus decks, and we're expecting to see Lugia decks. We see the meta breakdown at the beginning of the day, and we're like, oh, fantastic. This is the meta we want. The top played deck is like Lugia, and Arceus is like a top 3 played deck. We're like, this is the perfect meta game. Round 1, I play against a Chen Pao deck. I literally donked them game 1. They start Bidoof pass. I go Raikou smack. And that's it. And then I'm like, after game 1, I'm like, we made the perfect choice. This is so gas, bro. This is so gas. Yeah. And then my opponent goes like Chen Pao EX pass, game 2. And I'm like digging for the donk and I whiff it. So that's fine. So then we play a little bit of a slower, grindier game, but I do end up winning still. So 2-0'd Chen Pao. So I'm feeling really amped about the deck. You know, I'm like, okay, it's a fast deck. It's aggressive. It's more consistent than the decks that my opponents are going to be playing. This is exactly what I want, right? And then I play against Urshifu, bro. Urshifu VMAX. That's not a good matchup. That was really bad. My opponent didn't prize any of their Urshifus. They set them up flawlessly every game. You know it's bad when an Urshifu VMAX goes Gale Thrust and then just like, he was setting up checkmate by going like rapid flow, right? So like all he had to do was Gale Thrust 1 and then rapid flow 2 twice. And it's just like, holy smokes, man. That's so brutal. That's so bad. He wasn't even knocking out Flaffy or nothing. Thank you, Aaron Wolf, for the Prime sub and the 39 months. Thank you. Yeah, it was brutal. So I got destroyed. There was a chance that I could have won one of those games. I actually did win. No, I didn't win game 2. I was close to winning game 2 because I was able to use Raichu V to knock out an Urshifu VMAX. But that's fine. Funny enough, 2 of the other people in my testing group actually beat Urshifu decks. I think Riley beat an Urshifu deck day 1. It's definitely like you can win. You just have to hit your generators like really strong. Like you better go 2 lightning on like 3 generators if you want to beat that matchup. Because you can. Because both games I played, I got a turn 1 knockout on an Inteleon V. So like I'm up 2 prizes. So if I go like turn 1 knockout Inteleon V, then they bring up Urshifu, and if at that point I can blow up the Urshifu with Raichu, you can win. It's just going to be tough. You have to go like turn 1 knockout, turn 2 blow up Urshifu V, and then turn 3 you need to figure out another knockout. So like you can win. It's just not, you better hit every generator though. That's like the only way you're really winning. And I was not hitting generators. So after round 2, I was like, this stinks. I'm probably not making day 2, but I'm going to rally back. Then I beat a Gardevoir deck. That was sick. Played against Nick Stewart with Lost Tina. 2-0'd that. Felt great. Beat a Chen Pao real quick. And then all of a sudden I'm 4-1. 4-1. Feeling phenomenal. Running it back after I'm beating every deck that's not an Urshifu deck. And I'm just like, okay, pile it on. Let's go. Right? I'm trying to take it one step at a time. And really just focus on each game at a time. Gardevoir was good. I got some paths to stick. The Lost Tina matchup is mad easy. You just chase down the Giratinas. And then when they finally, like, you get a turn 1 attack, right? Because you go early Raikou. And you just go early Raikou, and you take like 2 prizes. Like, what are they going to get? A turn 2 Lost Impact on your Raikou? No, they're not. They're probably getting like a turn 2 like Cramorant is usually more likely. But then you play 2 Switch Cart, and you play 2 Bravery Charm. So that was one of the most broken things about the Switch Carts and the Bravery Charms is Cramorant was a non-factor against this deck. I think one of the things that's like the most surprising about Miraidon is I was undefeated against Lost Box decks all weekend. Let that sink in. Undefeated against Lost Box decks. We weren't even like, oh, we need, like, we're Lost Box, one of our good matchups, but like undefeated against Lost Box. Thank you, Easy LASIK for the Prime sub, Cable for the Prime sub, DTA Dancer for the Prime sub. Thank you. And the Charm and the Switch Carts are amazing against Lost Box. Because here's the scenario. Lost Box decks, Giratina or Turbo, will go for like early Cram, right? But if they play an Escape Rope, you just send up Miraidon, right? So you let them just hit the Miraidon, and then you play Switch Cart once on Miraidon, and then Cramorant and Sableye both cannot finish off that Miraidon. So you can basically just completely erase Cramorant's relevancy, right? Cramorant is just a non-factor. Thank you, Bergman, for the Prime sub. Because you let Miraidon get hit by Cramorant. And then you switch cart the Miraidon and you're chilling. Because then 120 plus 80 is only 200. So Sableye is going to be short. Cramorant's going to be short. Thank you, Bonet's Baguettes, for the sub. So yeah, against Lost Tina, they'll go Cramorant. You let them hit a Miraidon. You switch cart the Miraidon out. At some point, all you have to do is switch cart the Miraidon before it gets hit again. That's all you have to do. Or put a charm on it. If you do either of those, it's protected, which is mad easy to do. And then you chase down, like they fill their bench a lot. If they fill their bench, then you can go Raikou, Boss, Giratina V, knock it out. If they don't fill their bench, then you're coming up with Miraidon, and you could do 220, knock it out. So a lot of times you'll take 2 knockouts with Raikou. Then they bring up Giratina V, right? And like Lost Impact your Raikou. You realize they have to Lost Impact your Raikou because you're denying them the Cramorant math with the Charm and the Switch carts. Like the Cramorant and the Sableye, they never add up. And people were asking like if you need to play Manaphy in this deck. No. Just don't be bad, right? Because if you're playing against a deck that can Radiant Greninja you, don't put down 2 Flaffy. Only put down 1, right? Just don't be bad, right? Only put 1 Flaffy down. Because then they're going to what? They're Radiant Greninja, 1 Flaffy, and then hit your other guy for 90, then switch cart. Right? And then it's like, okay, then they're doing nothing. Like, just don't give your opponent 2 90 hit point targets if they're playing Radiant Greninja. Yeah, just don't be bad, bro. You could just play around. Because, like, what are you going to do? You're going to put down 2 Flaffy and a... That's what Lost Box decks want you to do. Because then they can Sableye things. That's what they want you to do. You don't want to put any small targets down. So, like, against Lost Box decks and against a lot of things, all you want to do is set up 1 Zeraora, Flaffy, and then big guys, right? The Squawkabilly was one of the best cards in the deck. I love the Squawk. Yeah, so against decks that play Radiant Greninja, thank you, Brandon, for the tier 3 sub. And the 57 months, well, let's go. Against decks that could use Radiant Greninja to knock out 2 guys at a time, you just only play 1 Flaffy and Zeraora, right? And then that way, Radiant Greninja does nothing, right? They're like, they don't want to like Radiant Greninja Flaffy to Zeraora and then have to Sableye Zeraora. And then that's the thing is if you don't bench anything else, like say they go Radiant Greninja Flaffy and then they hit Zeraora and then they Radiant Greninja for the 2. It's like they're going to put 2 there and then 10, then they have to put 10 somewhere. And then they have to hope you don't switch card or put a Bravery Charm on a guy. Like the math never works. Was Zapdos a consideration to help against Dragonite? Absolutely not. I told you because I was undefeated against Lost Box. You don't need it. You just use Raichu V and blow that thing up. The sketchiest thing about Lost Box would probably be, if there is an argument for Manaphy, it would be to beat the Kyogre at the end of the, end of the game against Lost Box. Beach Court's not worth it. All you need is Zeraora. It's free retreat. That's it. So you just use your switch cards and use Zeraora. If you play Beach Court, you don't need to play Zeraora. But if you don't play Beach Court, then you need to play Zeraora. It just gives you that free retreat. That's kind of what I'm thinking. Is Kyogre's always prepped to deal with Manaphy anyway. I don't really think it matters. So things were going well. We're hitting the matchups we were anticipating hitting. I mean, for the most part, kind of, right? Like, kind of. So at this point, I'm 4-1. I beat another Baxcalibur, which is a free matchup because that deck stinks, as I've been saying. Okay? Baxcalibur, not real. So I beat another Baxcalibur. 4-1. I'm like, all I need to do is win 2 out of my final 3, and I'm in there. So then I play against Mew VMAX and I get smacked. That was unfortunate. My deck didn't really work either of those games. I just wasn't getting turn 1 attacks. Every time I put a path into play, my opponent had the counter. And I was feeling really bad about that. I was like, dang, I really wish that I had seen either a Lugia deck or an Arceus deck. Because right here, I'm 4-2, right? Listen, don't talk to me about numbers, okay? You could tell me Baxcalibur got top 16 at Worlds. I'm telling you, that deck stinks. Yeah. All I'm saying is I felt fantastic if I was sitting across from Baxcalibur. That felt awesome. And also, I feel like Baxcalibur is one of those decks where, like, a lot of people play it, whereas, like, Miraidon was a deck where not a lot of people play it, but it did really well considering how few people played it. Whereas Baxcalibur is like a deck that a lot of people play, and it didn't do very well considering how many people play it. The conversion rate on Miraidon's so much higher. Yeah, what's up, Jesse? Thanks for the sub and the 55 months. So I play against a Mew VMAX and I lose both games to go 4-2. That felt really bad. And Mew was not a deck that we were really respecting going into the... We weren't respecting it. We weren't respecting it directly. We played 4-path and we were like, just, you know, against Mew, just do your normal game plan. Just like attack turn 1, put out a path, you know? And just hope for the best. The alternative would have been cutting a card for a Mew counter, and it's like everything in the list felt really tight. It felt really good. The most cuttable card in the deck was probably Arven. Like, you could cut Arven or you could cut Bravery Charm, but it's like you're gonna cut a card that helps with your turn 1s for, like, the Mew matchup, and we were like, eh. So, we didn't really want to cut anything. We considered teching for Mew, but our conclusion as a testing group was to just let the Arc Umbreon decks, like, hate them out, right? We're like, let the Arc Umbreon decks take care of it. Arc Umbreon should be a huge representation in the metagame. It wasn't. But that was our theory, was that it should have been a huge representation in the metagame, and therefore Mew decks will suffer there, right? So we're like, we're not going to dirty up our list to deal with a matchup that should just be hated out by the metagame. So at 4-2, I'm like, okay. I chug a monster out of the little vending machines. The vending machine scene in Japan is so sick. It really is. Absolutely loved it. So I chug a monster, and I'm like, all right, I got to win my next 2 rounds in order to make it. And then I play against Eric Smith, a.k.a. Rare Candy, the Pokemon TCG YouTuber. In round 7, I win game 1, lose a close game 2, win game 3, and that matchup was great. You know, it's just a good matchup. So I felt very confident about that. Game 2, he popped off and he went first. And if they pop off, go first and kind of get everything going that they need to, and you kind of struggle to set up. I also think he slammed a turn 1 path against me. So that was that hurt, you know. But then game 3, I went first and it was fine. And then the final round, I'm like, please just let me see another good matchup. I just want Lugia or Arceus. You know, Lugia and Arceus were like the 2 most played decks. And I hadn't seen any of them. So really, round 7 was my first Arceus deck. We picked this deck just to beat up on Arceus decks. And thankfully, going into my winning into day 2, my opponent flips over Arceus, and I'm like, let's go, baby. Let's do it. So then I beat back-to-back Arctinas to go 6-2. Grinded into day 2, and I felt phenomenal about that. The deck that we chose did what I wanted it to do. It won the matchups that I was anticipating it would win. I lost to Mew. I didn't prep for Mew, but that was part of the calculation. And then I lost to Urshifu. I knew that I would lose to that. That was part of it. I was like, just don't let me play against 2 Urshifus. But I beat everything else. We beat the Gardevoir. We beat the Arceus decks. I beat the Baxcalibur decks. I beat the Lost Tina deck. 6-2. Perfect. It's exactly what I wanted. So I'm feeling phenomenal going into day 2. Really excited about it. Grinding into day 2 is very difficult to do. And it is something that we will not ever have to do again, because they are changing the structure of the World Championships from here on out. Thank you, Merkowitz, for the sub and the 30 months. Appreciate you. So yeah, that's something I'm very thankful for. Out of the 6 Worlds invites that I've got, I've only grinded into day 2 twice. It's hard. But it's also kind of dope because you got the people who, you know, paid all that money to fly to Australia and fly all over the world, you know, and sacrificed every single weekend of the year to get an automatic day 2 qualification. And then you just show up and you're like, what's up, baby? That's right. I did it all in one day. Let's go. You guys flew where and did what? I'm here, and I'm ready to play. Yeah, it was sick. It's so sick. And then when you show up with Miraidon, like, people are like, dang, you are so unserious, you know? So I think even though 5 of us, apparently 5 day 1 players grinded into day 2 with Miraidon. 5, which is 5 more than anybody expected. And this is a story that I actually love. To give you an idea of how people perceived Miraidon heading into this event, you guys know Michael Pramawat, you know, finished top 4 at the World Championships. He's also a world finalist, 7-time regional champion. Yeah, that Mike Pramawat. So Jesse played against Michael Pramawat day 1. Because Mike Pramawat also grinded through day 1, which is so sick. Jesse played against Mike Pramawat day 1, and they're kind of just like, you know, they're just having a conversation, and Premawat's like, yeah, you know, I'm feeling pretty good so far. They play it like 2-0 or 3-0 or something. He's like, I'm feeling pretty good so far, but I feel like I've played against some people who are kind of just happy to be here, you know, and not taking the tournament so serious. Premawat says this to Jesse, who is playing the same deck as I am. And he's like, yeah, you know, earlier in the day, my opponent flipped over a Miraidon, and I knew that they weren't taking the tournament too seriously and were just happy to be here, right? And that's what Premawat says that to Jesse about Miraidon before they flip over their cards. And then Jesse's just like, and then they go and they like fist bump, they flip over their cards, and Jesse flips over Miraidon, and he's like, I guess I'm just happy to be here. And then proceeds to beat him. Yeah. So sick, bro. It's so sick. So sick, bro. Yeah. But that was like the perception of Miraidon. That's why I'm telling you, it was not easy to decide to play Miraidon. You had to take a leap of faith. You did. It was a leap of faith. You had to believe, dude. You had to believe. You're flying to Japan. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to play Pokemon in Japan. And you're going to bring Miraidon? That is what the perception was. That, I'm telling you, people were laughing, dude. Grant Manley went like 0-3 day 2. You know? And he's like, you're playing freaking Miraidon, dude. You know, that was like the people were like, you're playing Miraidon. Thank you, Awkward Color, for that Prime sub. Appreciate it. Another thing that felt really good is, I think, let's see. Let's go to Limitless. Do they have all the results up yet? Yeah, they do. Oh, cool. I think I was the 6th place US player. Yeah, let's see. We got 1, 2, 3, 4. 5th place US player. Let's go, baby. And I did not automatically qualify for day 2. So that was sick. Premawat grinded through day 1. Congrats to Vance, Kelly, Premawat, Azul, all repping the US in the top 4. Love to see it. But yeah, of all these people, let's see. Azul and Alex were both top 16 players. I beat every other US top 16 player, which was sick. Not gonna lie, I was stoked on that. So many. Vance grinded through day 1. Oh yeah, he did. Vance and Pram both grinded through day 1 with me. Alex and Azul were auto day 2. Was the top finishing Miraidon player in the world. Thank you, Walter, for the sub. I appreciate it. Shout out to Sajin Park, who also made top 32. But yeah, of all the top 16 players, a lot of the top 16 players just flubbed big at Worlds. There was a lot of... People were getting chewed up and spit out, dude. People were like... So many top players were like 0-3, 0-4. So I'm exceptionally proud of this finish. I mean, this was... You know, this was awesome. I was amped. Absolutely amped at how this went. Yeah, Worlds is insane. Day 2, every match is basically regional's top cut difficulty. Exactly. So then let's see. Going into day 2, I played against Magnus Peterson round 1. I played against him day 2 at EUIC as well. He was playing Baxcalibur. And every Baxcalibur I saw, I was like, just feed me the Baxcaliburs, bro. Yum, 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 yum. Baxcalibur is great. Then I played against Aiden Koos, who's one of the top 16 players in the U.S. Aiden Koos was playing Turbo Lost Box. And I beat Aiden Koos 2-0 with Turbo Lost Box. That was sick. So I was feeling really good about that. You know, day 2 started off fantastic. I'm like, let's freaking go, dude. Starting off 2-0. This is the run, baby. This is it. And the Turbo Lost Zone matchup was actually, this is the first time I played against Turbo Lost Zone box for the whole tournament. And it felt good because you just you could play Path very aggressively. You slow down the Radiant Greninja stuff. And like I said, when they go Cramorant, Cramorant pretty much does nothing because you just let them Cramorant a Miraidon, then you switch cart the Miraidon once, then Miraidon is out of Cramorant and Sableye range. Putting down the Bravery Charms and the Paths, they're like, okay, well, I can't vacuum all of that, right? So usually they have to pick one. So it was it felt really good. And then you're playing things like Judge, you're playing Iono, you're playing Path, you're playing Bravery Charm. So you kind of force Turbo Lost Zone box. You force them to go you force them to go Dragonite, right? So you basically get a fat Raikou out there. And you can put the charm on the Raikou, you can, not that it saves you from Dragonite, but it does save you from double cram. And it gives you some time to try and hit a switch cart. So basically they have to bring out Dragonite to deal with your Raikou, right? Who's taking prizes like that. And then when they go Dragonite, you go Raichu and you knock out the Dragonite. Then what do? Then they can go Raikou to knock out your Raichu, right? And then you go Iono, knock out the Raikou, right? And so at that point, they've taken 4 prizes, and you've taken 5. So basically, with the switch carts and the charms, your guys are too big, and so long as you don't bench too many little guys, so just don't bench too flaffy, right? So long as you don't bench too flaffy, your opponent, won't be able to take little guys like they need to. So then you force them to trade with your big guys. And when you force them to trade with your big guys, you're just better at that. So 2-0 against Lost Box. Then I play against Cameron with Mew VMAX. They were some really close games. My deck didn't really work that well. I wasn't getting turn 1 knockouts. Paths weren't sticking. And I just kind of got chewed up and spit out. Which was not cool, man. That was not cool. I was like, all right, it's fine. I was like, we should have teched for Mew. At this point, day 1, one of my only losses was to Mew. I was like, at this point, I should have teched for it, dude. I should have put any one card. Spirit Tomb, whatever, man. Should have put a freaking Mew counter in there. That was the one regret of the list, was that I didn't. And it's because we expected the metagame to be more hostile for Mew than it actually was. The Guardy lists weren't playing Spirit Tomb. The Arceus decks weren't adequately prepared. So, that's fine. That was a slight misfire. And I was paying the price for it. But that's okay. Because I'm like, all right, brush it off. Come on. And then I get paired against Tort. Do you understand that when you are trying to top 8 worlds, bro, and you just lost a close series, you don't want to get paired against Tord, bro. It's not what you want. This is not the matchup you want to see. Anybody else? But my match against Tord, my deck is not working at all. I'm like not doing anything. I'm drawing like crap. For the second round in a row, I am drawing absolutely pitifully. So, even though I'm drawing bad, I'm still like going toe-to-toe with Tord. And at the end of game one, it's a long, grindy game one, and Tord has one stadium counter left in the deck. I path, and I Iono him, and in an absolutely gassed out 500 IQ genius play, Tord does not have a stadium counter, right? So he has to pass with Mew active. And then I Iono him to low. I Iono him to 2. He's got one stadium counter left in deck. And since he left Mew active, thank you, Ace Trainer Cam, for the sub in the 35 months. Since he left Mew active with 20 damage on it from like Psychic Embrace earlier. And I have to knock it out, and my Zeraora is I think my Zeraora is gone. So I double Dynamotor onto a Flaffy, and I electric ball his Mew for 50 damage to knock it out. And I've got a board full of energy, so I'm going to one-hit KO anything on his board next turn for game. I'm going down to 1 prize remaining. If I top deck Boss's Orders before this play, I win on impact, because I could just boss up his Guardian and finish the game. But I don't have the boss that I need in my hands, so I have to go for Iono instead. He has a damaged Gardevoir. I have game with Boss's Orders. I win. I win game 1 because I just bring up Gardevoir, smoke it, game, because I stuck him with a path 1 turn. So then I Iono and I take the knockout with Flaffy, and he's got 2 Curlias in play, and he draws. He doesn't have it. He uses Refinement, and he refinements into 2 cards and is like, and like flashes them to me, and it's his final stadium and Boss's Orders. And those were the exact 2 cards that he needs to finish the game. So he loses if he doesn't find literally Boss Stadium. And it's like he had 2 refinements to find it, but it hurt. It was like, dang, okay, fine. Because he's got 2 prizes left, and he has to use Boss's Orders. He has to counter my path. So that stunk. That was like a 25-30 minute game 1. So then we're running it back game 2, and game 2 has like a very similar situation playing out. I'm drawing like crap, but I'm still like right there, and I Iono Tord at the end of the game. He has like, not a lot of path counters left. All I need him to do is not find, his final path counter, and he ends up finding it. It was like, it was cringe, but it's fine. Tord played really well, and both games I was like 1 card short. It was like I was 1 card short. Either like and it was both games I needed a Boss's Orders to win. So that was it. Both games came down to if I had Boss on my final turn, I win the game. Both game 1 and game 2. So like I was pretty happy with that. I was like, I'm right freaking there, dude. Like I'm right there. If I just have Boss on the turn I need it, I win. So that was fine. If you're gonna lose to somebody, losing to Tord's fine. He's really freaking good. So at that point, I'm like, I'm out of top 8. I can't make it. It is what it is. Now, I wasn't actually, because 1-6-2 bubbled in, But at this point, I'm kind of mentally resigned, and I'm like, I'm not going to make top 8. Let's just, like, the last 2 matchups I played were really, really hard, you know? Let's just win the rest of these games, and I'm chilling. So then I play against a Gardevoir, and my opponent flips over as a Japanese player, flips over a Ralts, and I'm like, again? You're killing me, right? So thankfully, I'm able to beat that Mew player at 2-2. So at this point, I'm like, dang, this could end up being a real bad day, actually. And then I play against another Gardevoir, which I just lost to, but thankfully, I'm able to get redemption on that Gardevoir. And on the whole tournament, I ended up going 2-1 against Gardevoir. So that was not bad, because I think this player was playing Gardevoir too. So I ended up going 2-1 against Gardevoir. I'll take that. I lost to one Gardevoir player, and it was Tort. That's fine. Gardevoir was not the problem. It was Mew. Mew was the consistent problem. The thing that held me back from top 8ing was Mew. So then I play against Mew VMAX, and like at this point, I'm like, dang, dude, I at this point have lost to 2 Mews. So I'm feeling really sussy about that, but I'm able to finally get a win against Mew. Thank God. Which was really nice. Path just stuck. That's just what I just needed. Path to stick. And Path stuck. So I won that set. Beautiful. You love to see it. And then I play against Turbo Lost Zone Box, and I had already beaten Aiden with Turbo Lost Zone Box. So I was feeling okay about that matchup, and sure enough, I 2-0'd this player with Turbo Lost Zone as well. So day 2, I was 4-0 against Turbo Lost Zone Box. That was like the difference maker. Like, Mew was the uncalculated bad matchup for the deck going into this event. But Turbo Lost Zone Box, going 4-0 against Turbo Lost Zone Box in games was like the day maker. Like, that's what made it. That's what made the run. Thank you, Hookshot, for the Prime sub in the 27 months. I made up for a kind of a lackluster performance against Mew by absolutely beating every Lost Box deck I played against. That's what the difference maker was. So I 2-0'd Turbo Lost Zone Box, and at this point, I'm feeling pretty good. I'm back 5-2, right? If I win my final round, I top 16 guaranteed. I have a chance to bubble into top 8. If I lose my last round, I lose everything. I'm not going to finish in top 32. So, and if I tie my final round, then I make top 32. Guaranteed. Thank you, Hookshot, and Ibuprofen for those subs. So I'm really nervous about the final round, and I am just hoping, please let me see a decent matchup. And it's freaking Mew again. Ah! And at this point, I am 1-2 against Mew. So I'm not excited about that at all. That's like the last thing I want to see. So we're shuffling up. Game 1. I'm actually like kind of winning game 1. But my opponent is playing slow as molasses. So slow. So slow. They are really taking the longest time to route their turns. They go first, game 1, so they have a chance to like set up and do everything that they need to do. before I'm able to slam Path down. So I'm kind of like already on the back foot because they're able to set up turn 1 going first. And they're like really like before they make plays, they're like doing the thing where they like set a bunch of cards down on the table and they like set different combinations of cards down on the table. And eventually I'm like, hey, bro, you got to speed it up, man. You know? And there's like a language barrier, but I'm like, you got to watch your pace. And he like kind of understood what I was saying. And this is like, I'm up against a terrible matchup. You're taking forever because you know I'm not the one tying this matchup. My turns only take like, 2 seconds, which is hilarious. Miraidon, your turns take like no time at all. You like, all right, I'll research, I'll attach an energy, I'll attack. That's all you do on your turn. Thank you, Shadowfax, for the Prime sub in 17 months. So there's really not a lot going on. But my opponent's taking a very long time. And at this point, I'm like, I don't really care. Because, like, if we tie, it's a bad matchup for me. And, like, that's your fault. Like, this is a bad matchup for me. So you're playing slow, dog. Like, that's whatever. Because I'm like, either I'm going to win or if you play too slow so that you tie yourself out of this, that's like pretty much just bad on you because a tie is fine for me because I'll finish top 32 against a bad matchup. That's fine. So my opponent is playing very slow, very cautious game 1. And I'm like winning game 1. So I'm like feeling pretty good about it. But then all I need is a game-winning boss's orders. They Roxanne me out of it, and I don't top deck the boss for game. So they make like a crazy comeback in game 1. All I need is boss to win again, right? And I don't have it. Thank you, Ackle, for the Prime sub in the 7 months. So losing game 1 hurt, and it was a long game 1 because I was winning, so I wasn't going to scoop, and then they Roxanned me out of the win and took 4 prizes in 2 turns to win. So game 2, I'm like, okay, going to go first. It's going to be fine. And we're going to hope that this goes better. And I am getting routed game 2. I go turn 1, set up, slam Path. My opponent has the Path counter in hand. Elisa's sets up and knocks out a Raikou turn 1 going second. Ah! Terrible. So I'm like, okay, I need to knock out this Meloetta. So then I knock out Meloetta, right? And I'm like, this is horrible. I don't have the Iono that I need in my hand in order to, like, make a play. I don't have Iono or Path in my hand. I just have to knock out the Meloetta and just hang on for dear life. There's not a Path in play. And I'm feeling horrible. But then my opponent Ionos me to 5. And I'm like, okay. I have like 6 cards in my hand, but none of them are good, right? And then they Iono me to 5. And when they Iono me to 5, they Iono me into Iono Path. And I'm like, nice. Okay. So then they go to 2 prizes remaining. And because they take another knockout. And then I send up Zeraora, and I'm like, all right, here we go. And I hit a couple of generators. I Dynamotor a couple times. I Iono, Path. And then I go Raichu V, Bop. And I knock out their only Mew VMAX. They don't have a backup Mew VMAX. They just have a Mew. So I Iono them to 2 and stick them with Path. And they need to find Mew VMAX, a damage buff, and a double turbo in order to knock out my Raichu, right? But my opponent doesn't have it. So then they just have to promote like just anything and pass. And then I've got double Dynamotor on Miraidon and bop. So I take 5 prizes in 2 turns with the path. Let's go. It's exactly what I needed, right? The path finally sticks. All I needed was for it to stick for 1 turn. And with the Iono path, I get it to stick for just that 1 turn. I go Raichu V, knock out the Mew. They can't respond. I go Miraidon, knockout game. So 5 prizes in 2 turns to mount a crazy comeback. Which is exactly what my opponent did to me game 1. And then game 2, my opponent is still playing slow. I look over at the clock. There is 8 minutes left. Okay? For game 3. 8 minutes left on the clock to finish game 3. My opponent is taking their time setting up. They go first, right? Thank you, Logan Berry, for the Prime sub. So they go first. They take a whole bunch of time setting up. By the time we're shuffling when I see it's 8 minutes left on the clock, right? And then we set up and we go. My opponent goes first. It's 4 minutes and change by the time my opponent's done with the first turn. Why? Because Mew takes forever, dude. So it's like, by the time I even get a turn, it's like 4 minutes and change left. So then I'm cooking, and I take a turn 1 knockout on something with like, you know, with like a Raikou, right? Then my opponent gets the ball. They got like 3 minutes left on the clock, right? It is what it is, bro. I'm at this point, I'm just going to let my opponent play themselves into the corner because like a tie is fine. You know what I mean? Like, I don't care because I'm against a bad matchup. If they're going to, you know what I mean? Like, they're just shooting themselves in the foot. So then Miraidon's turns don't take very long. So I just like, so I'm just like kind of go through the motions and I take a knockout and I stick path and I'm like, please don't knock out my Raikou, right? Because I can win in turns, I can win, right? Because if I go knockout, 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 that's 3 turns. So all I needed to do was take 1 knockout and then I can theoretically win that game. By going, 1-3-2 or 2-4-6 or whatever. Yeah, there were a lot of judges. Judges were watching. Judges watched the entire thing. There are judges everywhere. There were more judges than players, absolutely. Yeah, judges were everywhere. It's just, Mew just takes a long time. My opponent just would have been having to play faster, right? And they just weren't. Like that, it's just they weren't playing at an illegal pace. But if they wanted to go for the win, they had to play faster. And they just weren't. There's a lot of things. You're nervous, right? All that. So then I take a turn 1 knockout. They, like, counter my path, hammer through their deck, yada, yada, yada. And they take a knockout. And right as they take a knockout, and I'm deciding what Pokemon to promote, time is called. So they're turn 0 because I didn't draw my card for turn yet. So time got called at that exact moment. And they realize as they announce their attack and they realize that they are turn 0, they realize what they have done. Because they're like, I didn't play fast enough. So like they got themselves into a situation where in order to win, they would have had to take in 2 more 2-prize knockouts. Now, it's theoretically possible for them to win. But at this point, I'm like, okay, all I have to do is not lose. So then I promote Zeraora. I put both of my Charms of Courage onto both of... I only have 2 prizers on my board, right? And they're both Miraidon EX. So I put both Charms of Courage on both Miraidon EX, and I'm turn 1 of time. So I put down another path, and I pass, right? And then, or 2 Bravery Charms, whatever. And I just pass with the single prizer active because I'm like, all right, you can't possibly win because you've only got 1 more turn left. And you have to take 4 prizes. And I would have gone for the win, but I didn't have the cards. I didn't have the cards in my hand. Like I said, in order for me to win, because I took a prize turn 1, in order for me to win, I would have had to go like 6 energy, Raichu V, knock out the Mew VMAX, right? But I didn't have the cards to do that, right? Like, so I had a chance to win in turns because I had 2 turns left and I had already taken a knockout in game 3. So in order for me to have a chance to win, I would have had to have 6 energy on board, but my Flaffies didn't show up, my generators didn't hit, and I was just like, okay, I don't have the 6 energy I need to take this knockout. So instead, I could not go for the win. So instead, I had to go for the time because I'm like, I don't have it, right? So then I just have to pass with a single prizer active. And then they can't take 4 prizes in 1 turn. So at that point, they have to just attack. And then it's my turn. And then I pass. And then that's it. The judges come over. We circle tie. And my opponent was very upset because they were in a favorable position game 3. But they didn't play fast enough. It's just what it boils down to. And if you had put chess clocks on our table, my opponent probably took 80% of the time in our series. It was all of them. Miraidon just doesn't take very long to play. So that's just them, right? No, I didn't give them the win. Why would I do that? Tying guarantees me top 32. That's a tie, baby. Yeah. So that just is what it is. So my opponent was pretty upset, but that was just, it was on them. They used like 80% of the clock, and they could have used it more optimally. My deck plays very quick, but Mew notoriously, the turns that Mew VMAX takes just take so long. There were judges all around us. There was no slow playing happen. It's just my opponent needed to play faster, was what it was. It's not that they were slow playing. Neither of us were slow playing. Just if my opponent wanted to finish the best of 3, they needed to play faster. That's just what it was, right? So, at 5-2-1, I'm like, cool, that's fine. I'll take it. I barely got away with that final match because game 1 slipped away from me. My opponent Roxanne me out of the win. Game 2, I didn't have the Iono path, but my opponent Iono'd me into the Iono path, and then I did it to disrupt them, and I won game 2 because of that. So we both disrupted each other out of the win, games 1 and game 2, and then game 3 did not conclude. So they were both, the reason we tied is because both game 1 and game 2 came down to the final play. It came down to the final turns. You know, thank you, Yoshi, for that gifted sub to Pokemon Promos. Appreciate that. Thank you. So then after that, standings went up, and I finished 21st place at the World Championships, the 5th place player from the U.S. overall, and the top Miraidon player in the world. Let's go. If I had won my final round, I probably would have been 10th place, 10th or 11th place, right up here. I would have bubbled out of top 8, though 8th place did have a record of 6-2. My resistance wasn't good enough, so I would have been right here, 9th or 10th, which is ironically right where I finished in 2015. I have a 9th place world finish. I could not have been happier with the result, though, because it was the trip of a lifetime. My first time back in Japan after 27 years. My first time back in Japan. I was having an incredible visit so far. And then to get to finish in the top 32, to have a second world championship run, was awesome. I mean, it's incredible. I'm so happy with how it went. And also just like a phenomenal end to the season as well, right? Top 32 means I got $1,500. I also won the World's Bag. You guys want to see the World's Bag? Check this out. I got the World Championship bag. Was very excited about this. It's a beautiful bag. It's got like this really nice interior lining. Look at that, branded with like the Yokohama, Japan logo. You've got Dundozo there with all those little guys. The strap is custom as well. You can see it's got the Tatsugiri and the waves. Yeah, I mean, I was beyond thrilled. Look at that. You got the little World Championship stamp there. The entire interior lining has the Tatsugiri. You got a little laptop pouch there, you know, for your slap top. There you go. Boom. Yeah, so that was awesome. Getting a second Worlds finish on the resume also just felt really good. I was not able to grind into day 2 of World. I've never competed for a day 2 automatic Worlds qualification. I've never gone for it. I've never attended more than 2 international championships in a year. I've never attended all of the regional championships in a year. I'm not someone who spends the money to compete for an automatic day 2 Worlds invite. I just don't do that. So getting to grind into day 2 of Worlds for a second time in my career was really exciting. And getting both times I grinded into day 2, I got a top 32 finish. In 2015, I finished 9th place, bubbling out of top 8, and got a top 16 finish. And then in 2023 here, I got top 32 with a 21st place. So I'm really, really proud of the two finishes I have at Worlds now. And I'm really excited about that. The bag. So we got the bag. We got a promo that, let's see. There's a promo that you get as well. This guy right here, the top 32 Paradise Resort. So I'm pretty excited about that too. And then you get a $1,500. Oh yeah, you get the hat. Check this out. And the hat. I climbed Mount Fuji with this hat on, so it's got all the Japan nostalgia on it now. So that's pretty sweet. And actually, this hat is like pretty cool. Actually, like I'm actually pretty amped about the hat. The hat turned out real nice. So love that. It's got the nice World Championship logo patch on the side, little Yokohama, Japan, flat brim, Pikachu decal there, top 32 stitched in. It's real nice. I don't prefer fitted hats. I like this instead. I don't like the way fitted hats look when I wear them backwards. So I prefer that for sure. And then, yeah, I'm a big snapback guy. The fitteds look funny. See, I got the fitted Gardos hat, and it's just, you know, it's goofier. I don't like that. I like having a little room to breathe, you know. Yeah, I prefer the snapback. So that was cool. And then let's see, what else? Top 32 finish. Got some money. Got a prize promo. Figured out that me and Seishin Park both top 32'd with Miraidon So that was exciting. 2 Miraidons in top 32. Yo, thank you, Chip, for the sub in the 54 months. It was a pleasure seeing you there at Worlds. Thank you for the sub, man. And overall, very proud of my finish. If I could change one thing about my list, I would take out one card for a Mew V Max counter, right? That was the one weak spot in my performance all weekend. Everything else went really well, but I was 1-2-1 against Mew on the weekend. So that was not good. I was 2-0 against Lost Box, 1-0 against Lost Tina, undefeated against Baxcalibur. I was 2-1 against Gardevoir, right? So, like, all in all, my matchups on the weekend were real solid, except for the Mew matchup. So, yeah, both of these were Arctina, 2-0'd Arctina. So I beat all the Arceus decks. I beat all the Baxcalibur decks. 2-1 against Guardy decks. I beat every Lost Box deck I played against. I didn't play against any Lugia. But, you know, that's a good matchup. So, yeah. That's the only regret that I had about the list. I would have teched for Mew. I probably would have taken out probably Arven, I guess. You could take out Arven for either Drapion or Spiritomb. Either of those. That would be the change. Two-Man Miraidon seems like it stinks. Yeah, I wouldn't want to. It'd probably just be a Drapion. But then you play 4 packs. So, like, that was the argument. It was like, there's not a good cut to make. Yeah. Oh, the Squawk is insane. I wouldn't play the deck without the Squawk. Yeah, you got to play the Squawk. Now, you don't Squawk every game, but still good. No, Sky Sealstone's bad. You don't need that. Forest is way better. But all in all, very proud of the performance. All in all, let's see if we look at now. I've got 2 World Championship finishes under my belt, which I'm very excited about. We got a 9th place in 2015 with Night March, and then I've got my 21st place in 2023. So love that. With this World Championship finish, this is also the most lucrative Pokemon season I've ever had. The reason being is that, let's see, my 2017 season, I got a 2nd place regional, so that was $2.5K. I got top 32 at Collinsville. Isn't it crazy how they haven't increased the prize payout at all? Isn't that crazy? Thank you, Kyle, for the Prime sub in the 28 months. Yeah. You get the same prize payout in 2015 that you get in 2023. Maybe they should change that. But it's okay. It's not about the money. Never has been. Thank you, Rusked, for that tier 1 sub in the 3 months. Thank you. But this ended up being the most lucrative season I've ever had. Also, I just had a lot of placements this year. I didn't have any of like the real high placements that I wish that I could have earned this year, but it was all in all, it's a really solid year. And what tipped this to be my most lucrative prize payout Pokemon season ever was that in 2017, yeah, I had top 8 at NAIC, which 1.5K. I had a 2nd place regionals, 2.5K, and I had a top 32 regional, right? So only 3 finishes, but it was $4,250. This season was $3,750, but 3,750. I earned a top 16 stipend, baby. Q3. That was another $1,000. $4,750 total, which outplaces my 2017 season by $500. So the amount of prize money that I won this year was actually the most that I've won in any season. So I was pretty amped about that. And really, it's like That just helps. You're not like plussing on that. That just helps pay for all the tournaments that you go to, right? Pokemon's a game where like breaking even is broken. If you can break even, you're chilling. Well, yeah, Full Grip, that's all separate. Yeah, Full Grip sponsorship, Dragon Shield sponsorship, all that. Yeah, that all, obviously I make money, okay? Because if I didn't, then I wouldn't be here. So I'm just talking about prize payout. I made more than $4,000 this year. All right, guys, I trust. Yes, trust. There's other avenues that help me put this all together, but it was a real solid year. I didn't have, like I said, I didn't have any of like the top 8 regional finishes that I would have liked from like last year. Last season I top 8'd 2 regional championships and top 16 another. I mean, that's like real solid. I was, very into that. That was good, right? The year before I top 8'd a regional. The year before I top 8'd a regional. The year before I top 8'd a nationals, right? So it's like I didn't get the top 8 that I would have really liked, but it was a really solid season all in all. I mean, just looking at the finishes, I mean, you could see, even just compared to every other season that I have, I mean, there are just top 32, top 32, top 16, top 16, top 32, top 64 London, right? Top 64 another regional, 2 top 64 regionals, and a top 32 of the World Championships. It was just like, there was a lot of really solid performances this year. So I can't be disappointed. I'm very excited about how this year buffed out. So that was hype. All in all, very proud of the result. Proud of how we finished up. 5th place US player. All in all. In an event where a lot of people had a tough time. I mean, it was a very tough World Championships. It was. Just look at this top 4. That's the most stacked top 4 probably in the history of Worlds. So that was incredibly hype. I also got some pictures. You guys want to see some pictures? There's us all on the train. Show and tell time. This last day, all of us hanging out on the train. That was cool. Our second week group, this was primarily Riley, me, Natalie, Michael, and then both my parents were there. So that was a lot of fun getting to spend time with them. All right, this is like where we left off. Okay, so here's me with the top 32 promo, the top 32 hat, the top 32 Worlds bag. Oh, and by the way, let's see. While y'all are here, if you type sale into the chat, I don't know if any of you guys did that, but you should. If you've got a spare finger, please click that link, okay? I've worked out a deal with Dragon Shield where they're paying me now, which is awesome. I'm getting a monthly stipend from Dragon Shield now, which is really cool. The agreement that I like to make, I pretty much will not do. I won't do creator codes or anything like that because I feel like my advertising is worth more than that. And, advertising is organic. It's not like I say, like go use code Tricky Jim at this. Like I don't do that, right? Because that to me, I feel like cheapens what a advertising partnership should and could be. So I finally have come to an agreement with Dragon Shield where I'm just getting a monthly stipend. However, You guys can really help support that if you click the creator link that I just sent you. So basically, all I have to do is just show Dragon Shield that you guys will click the link. That's it. And then they'll double the payment that they're sending me now. So that's pretty good for me. So if you guys want to support the channel, go check out Dragon Shield's website. All right, they got a sale going on right now too. You don't even, it doesn't track like purchases or anything like that. All you have to do is click the link. It crashed the site? Come on. It worked for me, so. Anyways. You should buy all your Pokemon cards from fullgripgames.com, absolutely. And if you're buying Pokemon cards, why not buy some Dragon Shields? You could buy Dragon Shields from either site. It all helps support the channel, okay? It all helps support it. If you buy from Full Grip, that supports the channel directly. If you click that link and go visit Dragon Shield, you buy Dragon Shields at your LGS, you buy Dragon Shields while using that link, that all supports the channel as well, right? It all supports the channel. So what I'm saying is, like, they just need to make sure that, like, that I can, like, basically they just need to make sure that I can help, I can help push links and stuff, and they're going to double the amount that they're paying me. So that's pretty sick. So yeah, so all you have to do is click the link. Click the link, use the link when you're going to dragonshield.com and you're going to buy some stuff, just use that link. It'll help me a lot. And I only have to do the link thing for a couple of months, basically to show them that I can play ball, right? So all I have to do is do that for a couple of months, show the executives at Dragon Shield that I can play ball and that I can do my job, right? Because basically they don't want to just go in with zero information. They need to see that I can, like, they need a little bit of proof of concept. So I have to shill some, right? But it's been a huge development in the partnership with me and Dragon Shield because they got me on payroll now. That's huge. So it would really help. And they got a good summer sale going on, so you should definitely check that out. The summer sale is like you get 20% off your first order from dragonshield.com if you spend over $100. So if you get $100 worth of sleeves, you can get them for $80. That's like a really good sale. So, got no problem promoting that. So if anybody's looking to pick up some new sleeves for the upcoming season, you should scope out the sale, the summer sale. 20% off your first order over $100. Yeah, shill a little for Dragon Shield so you don't have to promote Raid Shadow. Like, that's the thing, is I'm very picky about what companies and businesses I do sponsorships with and things like that. And, I really believe in Dragon Shield, and I really think that they are the best sleeves on the market for collecting and for competitive play. Like, I love this company. I really do. So, same with Full Grip. Like, Dragon Shield and Full Grip, those are my 1 and 2. 100%. They have done so much to support the content over here at Tricky Jim and so much to support everything I do here on the channel. So really, shopping at fullgripgames.com, shopping at dragonshield.com, this all really helps. And we got pre-orders up for Scarlet and Violet 151 on fullgripgames.com now. So if you're looking to scoop up some of those products, shopping at Full Grip really helps. And again, clicking the link with the sale thing to visit dragonshield.com, that really helps the channel as well. So thank you guys for supporting the channel in that way. I really appreciate it. So yeah, this is me. Top 32, baby. I played in the Dragon Shield Pink Diamonds. Loved them. Loved every second of it. The Pink Diamonds did not fail me. Beautiful sleeves. I played in the same sleeves both days. I didn't need to re-sleeve at all. Just a couple of sleeves I would pick out here and there if they get like a dinged corner or something. I would pick out a couple sleeves here and there, just making sure as I'm going going throughout the tournament, but didn't need to re-sleeve the whole deck at all. Thank you, Russ, for the Prime sub in the 3 months. And let's see what else we got on the pictures, all right? Picture time. We went to a hedgehog cafe. It was really cute. I used to have a hedgehog, and my hedgehog's name was Sable. I love hedgehogs. I love my hedgehog Sable. So getting to go to a hedgehog cafe in Japan was really adorable. They had hedgehogs. You could like pet them and stuff, and then you could get a little, you know, a little drink. It was super cute. I love that. We went to a lot of card shops. Card Secret was one of the favorite card shops we visited while we were in Japan. Card Secret was awesome. Here's Natalie and Michael Zealy picking out cards. They were huge card pilled. We got so many cards, chat, and I brought some so we could do show and tell. I could show you my pulls. Not really pulls because we didn't open, we didn't open any packs. You pretty much can't open packs in Japan. I don't know if you guys know about that. Yeah, you pretty much cannot open packs. Here's me. This is the only picture of me that exists playing at the World Championships. Nobody took any pictures of me. It's fine. It's cool, man. But this is it. This is the only picture that exists. Chip watching over is I'm playing against Aiden Koos. It's fine. Chip apparently put in a vote for me to get my winning into day 2 streamed, but I got haters, so they didn't pick me. That's fine. I got haters, bro. I got haters. Didn't want to stream Tricky Jim on the winning in. I get it. It's fine. We went to the Team Labs thing. And that was beautiful. So Team Labs is like a immersive sensory art experience. It was really cool. Here's a picture of my parents there. I got haters, Chip. I'm just playing. Would have been cool. It's all good, man. It's fine. There's just this one picture. This is the only evidence that I was even at the tournament. It's right here. It's fine. Thank you, Mega Blitz, for the Prime sub. Those are my parents. Here's Michael Zealy in the Team Labs. Natalie in the Team Labs. Me sleeping on the train. This was like a very normal thing. Is I would fall asleep on the train all the time. Here's me and Riley at the Pokemon Cafe. We got to eat there one day. That was super fun. Love that. Yeah, thank you, Tom, for that sub. I appreciate that. I got a War Turtle latte. That was sick. Here's my Pikachu ramen dish. It was delicious. Riley and I also climbed Mount Fuji. It was insane. Look at the, and this is like, I just took a picture of the path one time. I mean, because like, the path to climb Mount Fuji is like, not always a path. Sometimes it's just all these craggly rocks. Like, it was hard. It was a serious hike. Like, look at this. This is one of the paths right here. That is just pure volcanic rock. You know, there's no path here. The path is between the chains. And you're like actually doing real hiking, you know? I mean, it makes sense. You are climbing up a literal mountain. Or a volcano. Here's me up high. Me at 3,250 feet. Meters. Meters, not feet. That's 3 times bigger than feet. We were exhausted. Here's a view above the clouds. Absolutely insane. This is one of the most magical experiences I've ever had in my life, by far. We got to experience a rainbow. Basically, I was 2 miles high in the air. 2 miles. 2 miles up, all right? 2 miles straight up. We got to stay in a bunk, like in a cabin at station 8.5. Riley and I didn't book a cabin because all the websites are entirely in Japanese. It's pretty much impossible, and they're all booked up. Like, they were filled, right? The cabins were filled. They have, like, I'd say a handful of stations that you can stop at on the climb up Mount Fuji, but it was incredibly crowded. Well, booked, I should say. It wasn't that crowded climbing up, but all the cabins were booked. But Riley and I didn't start our climb until a little bit late in the day. We didn't start till 1 p.m. So, like, one of the ladies at the base of the mountain was like, you know, do you guys have a cabin to stay in? You're starting late. It's 1 p.m. And we're like, no, we don't have a reservation or anything. And she's like, well, we're not going to require that you have a reservation, but it's very possible that you could get stuck outside somewhere if you don't, like, have a reservation. So we're not going to require it, but, like, just know that you don't have enough time to climb up and down today, right? And we're like, we'll figure it out, whatever. So we start, and it takes about 5 hours to ascend and about 3 hours to descend, right? So it's like an 8-hour experience. Like 5 up, 3 down. And we're starting at 1 p.m. and sunsets at 7. So you kind of do the math. Like, we didn't really, like, we were, like, not exactly sure what we were going to do. There was, like, a non-zero chance we were sleeping outside on the mountain without enough gear. There was a non-zero chance that we were going to try and crash inside a cabin somewhere, just like if they had, like, a public space that we could just duck our heads in real quick so that we weren't outside. There was a non-zero chance that we just, you know, squatted somewhere. We didn't really have a plan. Riley and I brought pretty light packs. All we had was the shirts, shorts, boots, and then I had a poncho, and I had a Patagonia fleece. That's all I had. So, we're climbing up, and it's like between 5, it's like 5:30. Oh, we got snacks. We got snacks and water. Yeah. We got snacks and water. But I'm talking about gear. Yeah, we got snacks and water. Of course. Not that stupid. Yeah, we got some snacks. We got some water. So it's about 5:30, and we encounter the rainbow, which was really special, right? That was nice. It was like a sign, you know. Right when we were feeling like we were exhausted and didn't really have anywhere to go and didn't know how our climb was going to end up, it's 5:30. About 5 o'clock, we see the rainbow, and we're like, thank you, God, we can make it. So, gorgeous sight. And then all of the cabins were fully booked all the way up the mountain. Like, we kept checking in to see if any of the cabins had any vacancy. They were all fully booked. And then finally, we get to station 8.5, which is just a few hundred meters from the summit. Like, 4 hours into the climb, and this very nice lady at station 8.5 greets us at the door, and we're like, do you have any vacancy, right? This is the last stop, the literal last stop before the summit, right? And she's like, let me check. And Riley and I look at each other, we're like, she's checking, bro! She might have a spot! This is crazy! So, she comes back out. They have 2 spots because they had 2 cancellations. And they can squeeze us into the cabin for the night. Hearing this news at 5:30, I was ecstatic. After a 4-hour climb, we had still 4 hours left ahead of us, and sun was gonna set right around 7. So we were gonna have to do 2 hours in the dark, and that's without spending any time at the peak, right? So like, ideally, we would have finished our climb up. We would have probably gotten to the peak around 6:30, spend a half hour there, and then the sun would have set. And then we would have had to either find a place to crash, sleep outside at the peak of a mountain where it's freezing cold, or we would have had to start our descent and try to buy some headlamps or something in the dark. Yeah, so like it was either going to be a 4-hour descent in the dark and like try to buy some headlamps to make it. Or, and thank you Jon Snow for the Prime sub. Or we get into this cabin. And thankfully there were 2 vacancies available, and the lady got us in. We were able to buy dinner there. It was so sick. Our reservation came with a pair of dinners. It came with a pair of breakfasts. So we got to get in, get warm, dinner, breakfast. It was amazing. We crashed right around 8 p.m. And to show you, this is the view from where I slept Thursday night. This is the view. This is the view right outside. Like, I stepped outside on the deck. This is what you're seeing. It was insane. I was literally above the clouds, dude. Like 3,300 meters in the air. This is almost 2 miles high. We were right next to the peak. So knife, laugh, love. Do the employees have an elevator to get them to work? So this is like the cabin area, right? There are like all these bunks, and the lady shows us to bunks 9 and 10, and she's like, you guys can have these 2 bunks, right? And you have these little sheets separating you from the person next to you. And we get, breakfast and dinner served, and we're feeling great, right? There's no amenities or anything like that. There's no shower. There's bathroom. We can go to the bathroom. There's no shower or anything like that. Like, all you get the bunk, you put your boots in the bag, you hang the bag above your bunk, and you sleep, you wake up, and you go about your way. It's very basic. But it was like it was like an oasis in the middle of the desert. It was so life-saving. It was everything. It was so sick. It was so clutch. I cannot tell you how clutch this was. And they took credit card. Nowhere on the island takes credit card. But for booking, they take credit card. So they got 5G all the way up the mountain, which is pretty sick. Riley and I stank so bad, bro. This is the smelliest that either of us have ever been. We were absolutely rancid because we were not prepared for a night outside, but I'm going to get to that. So this is our view from the cabin. We eat our dinner. We take in the view. We rest up. We have a couple of Japanese beers. That was the best can of beer I ever had. 100%. That right there, that was the best can of beer I ever had. At 3,300 meters. Yup. Yeah. Tell you, that beer was hitting. At altitude, after an entire day of climbing, it was incredible. This is the view as the sun was setting from the mountain. Dang, like, look at that, dude. Look at that. It's insane, man. Absolutely insane. It was gorgeous. And then, so Riley and I get to bed at about 8 p.m., right? We get to bed at about 8 p.m., but a huge troop of travelers comes in right around 9 to the cabin, right? And they're hiking through the night, mind you, because it is dark out. The wall sets at 7, right? Or the sun sets at 7. So it's night out. It's been night out for hours. And Riley and I are ready for bed. right? And then a huge troop of people comes in at 9. Like, they had these tour groups that were kind of all going together, and a lot of them were like, I want to say like middle-aged Japanese folk who are, you know, kind of going on their, you know, their big journey to the peak of Mount Fuji. And like they had these like tour groups that are like 20, 30 people long, right? And they're all traveling together for safety, which is like really smart. Like, if you're going to do it, especially if you're going to do it like, you know, if you're going to do it, going in a group is just the safest way, right? So there's this huge group that came in at 9, and they're all having dinner and laughing and joking and chatting about the climb. So it's like, all right, so from 9 to 10, there's no sleeping happening because the tour group just came in, and then they all get into bed and get settled. And then finally, lights out, everybody's getting to bed. And then I sleep from 10 to midnight. And at midnight, I start hearing some rustling and chatting happening outside the cabin. And I'm like, what in the world is going on outside? So I wake up and go to the bathroom. The bathroom's outside. You have to walk out on the deck. And sure enough, I go outside, and there are about 24 people camped out on the deck of the cabin. Okay? Just with blankets, just enduring the night, just outside. No tents, no nothing. 24 people sleeping on the ground right outside the cabin, bro. That would have literally been me and Riley. There were people cuddling up for body warmth, okay? Just outside, dude. Almost 2 miles in the air. It was like 40 degrees. It was cold. 40 degrees, you know, Fahrenheit. It was cold, man. Real cold. And windy. Like, the wind was so loud, I could hear the wind whistling, like, through, you know, while I was inside. You could hear the wind, like, howling. It was really cold. Not freezing, but cold. Riley and I did not have the gear to sleep outside, but some people did. So, about 24 people outside just on the ground. And I'm looking at that. I'm like, dude, that's so crazy. That could have been us. So then I go back inside and I try to get to bed, right? And I'm just kind of like nervous and like rustling around and having a hard time get back to sleep. And so I get some pretty off and on sleep for about an hour and a half. Nothing of substance. And then at 1:30, the first person's alarm goes off. At 1:30 a.m. And at 1:30 a.m., the entire cabin wakes up. Everybody at 1:30. 1:30, bro! So at 2, at this point, everybody's getting up. No, because everybody's getting up, dude. Everybody. So, like, I'm like, it's not just one guy. The one guy woke up and then set off a chain reaction, then everybody got up. So then I'm like, looking at Riley at 2 a.m. and I'm like, yo, because we have our alarm set for 3 because we're like, that'll be fine to go see the sunrise in time. So we have ours set for 3. And there's no going back to sleep. It's loud. It is so loud, bro. So we're like, we can't go back to bed. It's too loud. Everybody's getting up. So at 2 a.m., I look at Riley and I'm like, hey, bro, I can't sleep. Everybody's getting up. Like, we might as well just get up, you know? Everybody else is. And he's like, okay. So we get up. We eat our breakfast on the floor in the main cabin area. And then we go outside, and this is what we see outside. Literally, one by one, at 3 a.m., it is just pure single file line to the peak. As far down the mountain as I can see, and as far up the mountain as I can see, it is just headlamps and single file hiking. It was incredible. I mean, it was insane. Look at this. Look at this night sky. It's stars. You can see the city, and it's just headlamps as far as you can see at 3 a.m. So we joined. Of course we did. This is me in the single file line. Yeah. This is me in line right here. And the reason it's so packed, and it's because 3 a.m. is actually like, it's rush hour because everybody is going to the peak to see the summit or to see the sunrise at the summit, right? So everybody, it was like this really powerful communal experience. Everybody in the middle of the night, everybody's up and doing the final stretch of the hike to get to the peak in time for sunrise, right? I mean, and Riley and I didn't have headlamps, but everybody had headlamps, so we could see fine, right? It literally everybody had headlamps. You could see, I mean, just looking down the mountain, it's like the entire trail of people. It's lit up by headlamps. So at 4:20 a.m., Riley and I make it to the peak, and this is our view from the peak of Mount Fuji. Absolutely gorgeous. The sun's starting to peek out over the horizon. It's this really powerful communal experience with everybody that you've been hiking side by side with. And everybody is here a mile above the clouds to watch the sunrise. It's gorgeous. And then the sun finally peeked up over the horizon. I FaceTimed Natalie. So me and Riley were just kind of kicking it up here. I FaceTimed Natalie to let her watch the sunrise as well. From 2 miles in the air. This is a picture of Riley and I at the peak. Here's us looking out over the clouds, over the sunrise at the peak. I really love this picture. This is just gorgeous. I mean, it was the experience of a lifetime. It was absolutely amazing. One of the most powerful experiences I've ever had. Absolutely beautiful. And the way that everything worked out so serendipitously, that like we didn't have our plan, we didn't have a cabin, you know, we just kind of went out and it could have gone any which way, you know, and things ended up working out perfectly. It was really special. It was something I'll never forget. And we started our descent. This is us at the peak as well. The descent took just under 3 hours. And then we were back. That day that we returned, that Friday, we didn't do too much. But on Saturday, we went out to Mount Takao, which was fun. This is a view from Mount Takao. You can kind of see the mountain ranges out there. And this was my status after all of that. Yep. Oh, the descent was really hard on my knees. Yes. And this is me and my mom. Yep. After all that climbing. It was awesome. Here's us at a Japanese barbecue place. No, it was just me and Riley that climbed. Here's Riley and I in the rainbow. Yeah, we did have hiking sticks, yep. And here's everybody from the trip. Yeah, that was it was amazing. I mean, I had the trip of a lifetime. Climbing Mount Fuji was one of the most incredible experiences of my life. Like, it just was. It was something completely unmatched. I've never done anything like it. I'm like a pretty in shape person, but climbing Mount Fuji was absolutely amazing. I took so much footage, guys. I have so much footage. I have an obscene amount of footage of this trip. I can't wait to show it to all you guys. You know, I'm going to be putting together a video eventually. Dang, bro, look at that. Here's us from the peak. Dude. What the heck, bro? See, I'll show you guys sunrise. Let's see. This is like how crowded it was at the peak. You could see how many people are up here. I mean, obviously everybody has been hiking all morning to see that sunset, right? See, I put this down. Gorgeous. Check this out. Let's see, can you see? I wonder if I can watch this, like, view, playback speed, double. Just absolutely gorgeous, yeah. Just had the GoPro set up, recording the sunrise. It was just really special to get to experience that. Look at that, dude. Just so beautiful. Look at those clouds rushing over the mountains over there. Yeah. Isn't that just insane? That's just so crazy. I mean, it was absolutely magnificent. Incredible. Probably couldn't see anything at night. Yeah, this is the headlamp scene. Yep, at night, just absolutely chaotic, right? Just all headlamps and stuff. Hiking at 3 a.m. You can see like the sky starting to turn orange. Also with the rainbow. Look at that. Shoo. I mean, it just insane. Here's the here's like a better look at the cabin that we stayed in. Riley talking about his experience. Here's a look at our bunks. That's where we slept. I was real stoked that I got the seat I got the bunk next to the wall, because that's like one less person I got to sleep next to, and also I like button myself up against a wall. That's nice, helps me sleep. So that was cracked for sure. This was the view. I really want to show you guys like the digs, right? So yeah, this is the cabin we stayed in. This is literally the view from the cabin, dude. This is our view from the hotel on Mount Fuji. Like, bro, I slept here. I slept here, bro. Like, this is so crazy, man.
That's okay, thank you.
This is the wonderful woman who helped us out, got us all checked in. They got the sunrise time posted right here, 4:53 a.m. You know, which is super helpful because, you know, but it's like people woke up at 1:30 to go see that sunrise. Like, it's a big thing. Everybody was like, everybody was rushing to go do that. Here's like your average stop, you know, along the way. You kind of stop. There's like these little huts. You can like, you know, get snacks and stuff like that. See, I got a picture of the guy branding the stick. That was pretty fun. It rained a little bit, so I had to put the poncho on. Look at that, dude. It was... gnarly, man. Absolutely gnarly. Riley and I were in our world shirts. Oh yeah, taking a big hit. That's that good stuff right there. That's oxygen, by the way. That's oxygen. Taking a big old hit of oxygen. Dang, that oxygen, tell you what, that felt amazing. Yeah. Look at that. Like, I'm telling you, the trail gets really gnarly in a lot of spots. Like, look at this right here. Isn't that crazy, man? Like, that is... It's serious, bro. Serious. Here's us at the beginning. Gosh, we were so hopeful and naive. Just so pretty, dude. Like, look at that. It looks like I'm in Lord of the Rings, bro. This looks like straight up Lord of the Rings. See, I want to see if I got the... So each station... Oh, here we go. Let's see. Okay. At each station, you could get your stick branded, too. And we got a shot of these guys kind of in the station. And they'll, like, brand your stick for you. Give it a cool little stamp. Here, Riley and I had these life-saving rice burgers at, like, Station 7. Oh, yeah, that was good, bro. It was like a little, like, pork and a rice burger or something. I don't know. That saved our life. Most definitely. Oh, here's a good shot of the... Yeah. So you get your stick, right? And this is like the fun thing to do. Because you're climbing, like, all day. And the most fun thing to do was to, like, get your stick branded, right? So you get your walking stick, and then they, you know, each hut has its own brand, and you know, and they cost like 300 to 500 yen a stamp, and they'll give you a little stampy stamp. So that was sick. These guys were super fun. They were nice, and they brand your walking stick. So there's a lot of stations. Riley was able to check the sticks. So Riley has our sticks right now in Madison. But yeah, he was able to check them. We bounded them together to make them stronger, and then we got them wrapped in like bubble wrap, and yeah, so we were able to check them as oversized luggage, yeah. But this was a lot of fun because like doing this at each station kind of gave you something intentional to do to kind of like slow down, and give you like some time, right? Because if you go too fast, you'll get like altitude sickness. So you have to like kind of take your time and do something. So stopping at like the huts and kind of like doing something like this is like, it's good. Give you a little time to chill. Got to take breaks, right? Riley and I really hammered out the first like 90 minutes. We were going like way too fast. And we were getting lightheaded and stuff from altitude. So we slowed it down after that. But we were so nervous about not having a place to stay and all of that. So that was like what we were doing. But then like once we got to Station 7, which this is from Station 7. Once we got to Station 7 and had our like, you know, our rice burgers and everything. The life-saving rice burger. Yeah. Once we kind of ate, we were mad chilling. Felt good. Took a little break. Got back after it. So the way it works is you get dropped off at station 5, and then the road from station 5 back down the mountain is only open from like 9 or from like I want to say from like 7 to 7, right? So it's only open from 7 to 7. So if you don't get back down the mountain like by 7, you're stuck on the mountain. Okay, there's no way down. You are stuck unless you're getting airlifted off or something. You are stuck. Thank you, Phoenix Nightmare, for that Prime sub. So leaving at 1, we pretty much knew guaranteed that we weren't going to be able to make it back down by 7. So we're like, we're going to have to like spend the night somewhere. We just didn't really know where. We hadn't figured that out yet. So you start at station 5, and then the peak is station 9. So you have station 5, 6, 7, 8, and then 9. Riley and I stayed at a cabin that was like station 8.5. So it was between station 8 and 9. It was really only a few hundred meters from the peak. It was really, really cool. So yeah, from station 5 to station 7, Riley and I, it was the hardest. It was so hot. Riley and I were getting a little altitude sick. We had to slow it down, take a break, eat something. But yeah, it was incredible. Absolutely amazing. And I took so much footage. We did so much stuff. We really did. It was jam-packed. We did the Team Labs thing. Really cool experience, just like an immersive art show. It's really fun. Here we go. I'm telling you, yeah, it was the experience of a lifetime too. And that's after finishing top 32 at the World Championships. Yeah. It was really magical. It was. You can hear like the It's really cool. Mirrors and lights everywhere. See, that's a garden. Yeah, this room was wild. They had like all these LED lights just hanging from the ceiling. Just absolutely gorgeous. So that was really cool. That was really special to get to do that. Then we went to, we just did so much. I really can't wait to make this video where I kind of just talk about the whole trip. But, you know, I wanted to show you guys some footage from the trip. We went to Showa Park, which is a place that I had visited when I was a kid with my parents. And I got to kind of relive some old memories. It's really wonderful. Let's see real quick, and then we'll get on to some more card stuff. This was a place that I visited as a child, and I have specific memories of these like stone dragons at Showa Park. Really cool to get to like experience this again. It was like super surreal getting to see these 27 years later. Can I fit the whole trip into one video? Not sure. I'm going to make at least 2 videos, because I'm going to make one video that's about like the tournament and how I did, and where I like talk about cards, and then the next video is going to be more like a travel vlog, I think, where I talk about all the various things that I did. And we did a lot. I mean, it's, I've got like, we did gacha machines. Dude, they had just gacha machines everywhere. So fun. I mean, it was magical. The world's list, of course. There's me after grinding through day 1. Me with Jesse there. Super, super fun, super gratifying. Me with Natalie after grinding through day 1. Yeah, it was amazing. It was amazing. Everything was just absolutely magical. And it's going to take me a while to compile all this. I mean, I've got so much stuff to go through. I really do. It's a lot. But I'm really excited. Whoever, really suggested that I take some footage and try to make some content out of the trip. I was a little bit hesitant to do that because I could tell that the trip was going to be special, and I didn't want to like taint it by like turning it into content, right? But I think that the way that I went about doing it this time, where it's kind of just like taking footage, and then just like not really doing anything performative, just saying like, oh, I'm just going to take footage of my experience and then I'm going to like compile it and narrate it when I get home. Doing it in that way was perfect. I mean, it didn't feel like I was impeding on like the experience at all. It felt like I was just kind of going about it naturally, and waving this thing around was mad easy. I mean, it just felt like I was taking pictures. It was just passive, right? Yeah. Thank you, Whizbang, for that Prime sub, and let's give it up for Arheeb with the 10 gifted subs in the chats. Thank you, Arheeb. 248 total gifts so far to the channel. Get some hype going for Arheeb, everybody. Thank you. Let's go. You know what's also hilarious? I saw Yoshi before the event kicked off, and I saw Yoshi on Twitter put me on his Worlds draft, right? Yoshi first picked me on his World draft. Like, bro, you did not need to first pick me, okay? You probably could have last picked me. I appreciate the love, Yoshi, but you probably could have picked me more strategically on your Worlds draft because, listen, nobody was first picking Tricky Jim. That's okay. But I definitely ended up showing up for your Worlds draft. That was sick, so there we go. Happy to help. Happy to help everybody who picked me for their Worlds draft. That was hot. Loved it. So that was very hype. So I'm going to be making videos. Like I said, I'm probably going to make a video that is entirely about like the actual gameplay. I vlogged like all of the experience of like testing the day before, choosing the deck, all of that. I vlogged all that. So like that's probably going to be a video itself. And then I'm going to make another video. It's probably more about like just the travel and stuff like that. All the goofy stuff we did is going to be its own video too, which will be a lot of fun because we did a lot of really cool stuff. Oh my God, the line, dude. This is the registration line that they made us sit through day one in the sweltering heat. It was nuts. It was insane. Let's see, where's the opening ceremony was so hype as well. This is us during the opening ceremony. Being here was so insane. Like actually being, it was an incredible production. Getting to experience this drum show live as well. I don't know how many of you guys actually got to see it, like during the stream or whatever. Thank you, Reggie Rocks Them All, for the Prime sub and the 50 months. Getting to experience this drum show live was spectacular. Absolutely spectacular. It was amazing. Like, this was such a powerful show to experience. And it felt like they didn't cut any corners when it came to the production of the event. The production of the event was top notch. Everything was magical. The event itself was such a powerful and magical experience. It was incredibly emotional. Yeah, it was really special. One of the coolest things I've experienced in my life by far. I mean, it was nuts. So, okay. We've done a lot so far, but we've got even more to do. We've talked about why I chose Miraidon for the World Championships. We talked about a lot of the various things that I did while in Japan for the World Championships. While I was in Japan, I got to do a lot of... Whoa. I got to do a lot of going to card shops. Anybody want to see the cards that we picked up while we were in Japan? I got some cool stuff. Yes, we did a lot of card shop diving. A lot. All right, so here's the bag. You guys got to see the bag already. Now, something that I do every year is I take my badge, and this is just like a little thing that I do to like help me remember. You know, and if we're feeling it, we might even, I got my 3 booster boxes of the Charizard set. I think I'm going to put 2 of them away, but we could open one here. That would be fun. I figured that'd be a fun activity to do today. So we might do that. This is also a pin that I got from the peak of Mount Fuji. That was pretty cool. They had a guy at the top, 3,776 meters. That's like over 2 miles high. They have a guy there at the peak that'll stamp your ascent date into the bottom there. So 8/18/23. That was pretty cool. Yeah, the card shops were awesome. They were really, really cool. Something that I do with the badges is that I write the name of the deck that I played and how I did. So there we go. Helps me to keep track of what I do every year. I mean, yeah, I got the whole collection of them over this way. See? And not all these are good. You know, so it's nice to be able to do one and have it be good, because not all of them are good. See, at 2016 World Championships, I played Greninja Break. That did not go well. At the 2015 World Championships, I got 9th place with Night March. That was cool. Must not have wrote it on that one. Spectator badges. But these are some of my favorite things to keep year to year. Right? The competitor badge, Gudra Top 64 at EUIC. That was cool. I went 5-2-2. What? Yeah, NAIC this year with Gardevoir EX. Not the best finish, but you know that helps me to remember, like what I did with each of the things. Oh yeah, EUIC last year, bro. 4-4-1 with Mew VMAX. Not great. Yeah, see, it feels nice to be able to put a good finish on one, because not all the finishes are great. Yeah. And then we got this newest one to add to my collection. But yeah, these are fun. These are really fun. And it's like to me, you know, if you attend Worlds a lot, then you know, it's like I don't need all these different backpacks, right? Like I don't need all these different play mats. I don't need all these different backpacks. Like eventually that just takes up a lot of space, right? But to me, like the lanyard and the badge, that's like a really cool way to collect and to show off all the different events that you've been to, right? Like that to me is like the most reasonable thing to just, you know, and it's like you don't need to sell them. You don't need to like get rid of them. Just keep them all in one spot, and you know, and it's like a really neat way to be able to flip through, and you get to see the artwork from every year too, right? So like, you know, in 2019, yeah, like Adventure Pikachu, right? And 2017, you had the Anaheim Pikachu. Yeah, so there's a lot of really cool artwork over the years, and the badges give you like a really nice way to kind of access that. It reminds me of when I was a kid and I used to play travel soccer, and teams had like these different patches, right? And you could, you know, trade patches with various teams, and it kind of gave you a way to remember all the different teams that you played against. It kind of reminds me of that. But yeah, that's like a little collection that I do, event to event. We keep the badges. So one more badge to the collection. I also got the pin, which I'm excited about because I've got a pin collection I'm working on now. Like I said, just got the Fuji pin, so that's cool. The Yokohama pin. This is another thing from the competitor bag that I'm really amped about. And then we've got way too many Pokemon cards. Okay, when I say way too many Pokemon cards, I mean it. All right, I really mean it. We got way too many Pokemon cards. Okay, there's just like a lot of Pokemon cards to look at here. So let's see, we got this Charizard box, got a bunch of stuff in it. Oh my gosh. This deck box, these are all cards that we bought. This deck box, yeah, I think so. And then this box. Yeah, and then this box, and then the box inside the box. Oh yeah, that's sick. All right, give me 1 second, and I'll be right back to show off all the cards that I picked up while I was in Japan. Hang tight, and while I'm away, make sure to check out the link to dragonshield.com with the sale command. Clicking the link helps to support the content that I create here on Tricky Jim. Also, make sure to check out fullgripgames.com, where we've got Pokemon 151 sealed products available for pre-order. I'll be right back after this quick break. Thanks for being here. Yo, what's up? We're back. I got my other camera set up, so we got the angles going on, and we're gonna do a little show and tell, talk about all the card stores that I visited in Japan, all the different cards that I got to see, kind of talk about what the card shop grind was like in Japan. I'll show off some pictures that I have as well of the card store kind of life and the card store situation in Japan. It's really cool, and it's super different than, you know, kind of the average card store deal that you might experience in the United States. The card shop culture is just very different, and it's really cool. So yeah, let me kind of transfer some pictures over to my computer so that I can show you guys. And then, cool, those are sending. And then I'll show off the cards that I picked up. Sweet. So before we get started, first I want to talk about kind of the organization of the card shops, what the card shops are kind of like in Japan. Almost every card shop kind of feels like a show, like how you might experience cards in display cases at like a regional championship. Every card shop is kind of set up like that. They all have their cards like individually priced and out for display all the time, which takes like an incredible amount of work to upkeep. But card shops are so popular in Japan that they can very much afford the people power required to upkeep this kind of inventory. So it's really neat. You walk into the stores and cards just like, oops, sorry about that. You walk into these stores and there's just cards wall to wall, just everywhere. Like you're at a show or something. Thank you, Infernin, for that Prime sub. Appreciate that. And some stores will have like an electronic, you know, kiosk that you can kind of go up to, and you can search for certain cards, because maybe some stores are so big that not every single card is inventoried and listed. But, you know, so they might have more inventory in the back. This Haruya 2 place that we went to, they had that particular, and this is, I think this is Haruya 2 that I'm showing off right here. And you could go on to the computer and kind of pick out, you know, the cards that you wanted, and then you kind of send that to the people who work at the shop, and then they'll go pick them out for you, right? But here's like some footage of the display cases. You can kind of see like it's just wall-to-wall Pokemon cards. You walk in, the entire place is just Pokemon cards. Thank you, Evie, for the Prime sub, which is really exciting, right? Because as a Pokemon card fan, it's really kind of cool to be able to see all of the cards, even if you're just kind of window shopping. Just kind of getting to see all these really cool, old, rare cards is pretty special. So it's just really exciting to even just go into the shops and see the cards for sale. So that was fun, and also, you know, we picked out a lot of cards from the various shops that we went to. Something that we noticed about the shops was that they were always packed. There were always people just like open gaming at these card shops. And that's something that we really don't get too much in the United States. There is a gaming culture here, but it's not the same as it is in Japan. In Japan, there are just people playing in the card shops all day at the open seating and just playing all sorts of different games. Not just Pokemon, not just Magic, playing all sorts of different card games all day, right? it's just something that it seemed like there was something that just a lot of people just did for their kind of social time, was just get together and play card games. And it didn't have to be a tournament, it didn't have to be anything like that. Thank you, Calvatron, for the sub and the 20 months. There were just a lot of people just casually gaming all the time. And it was very clear that, like, the gaming culture in Japan was just really deep there, right? It was just something a lot of people just got together and did in their free time. And it made sense because everything in Japan, it just was like, everything was like, you could just walk or take the train wherever, and everything was so kind of tight and small and compact. So having these places where you could just go hang out seems like a really big deal in Japan, because you could draw from like so many people in like the local area to these public spaces to come hang out and play. And it was really cool. Whereas like in America, everything's so dang spread out. Like you may only have so many gamers in like a certain area, and then having to like, card stores as a third space there is huge. Exactly. Yes. If you don't know what third space is, you can like look up the concept of a third space. Yes. They just kind of existed as the third space there. And that is the big difference, right? Is that rural areas is like, you have less people who are interested, who share those interests in a condensed area. And it's just like in Japan, card games are just very popular. And so like, and everything's very condensed. So the odds of being able to pull from, all these different areas to a card shop for people to get together and play, it just is so much easier. And then also just the culture is more gaming oriented in Japan than it is in the United States as well. So you could see how it creates this really cool, natural gaming culture. And gaming culture is just huge there. It's huge. It's not like, I feel like in America, gaming culture is still seen as alternative, but in Japan, gaming culture is mainstream. And that's like the difference. It's very mainstream in Japan. Everything. Like, there, like in certain areas, there's card shops just on every corner, right? It was crazy. You're just walking around, you're like, oh, let's pop into this card shop. Let's pop into this card shop. And there's just people selling cards just everywhere. It was super wild. Now, when you wanted help with like a card, you go up to an employee and you ask for help with the case. You point to the card you want. They'll show you the card, and then you pretty much have to decide right there on the spot if it's like in good condition and you want it, or you have to decide if it's not in the condition you like. So you get to like once over the card and then tell them like, yeah, I'll take it, or no, I won't. And then they'll hold it for you until you're like ready to check out. And that's like pretty much the same at like every shop you might go to. It's like they got the cards in these cases and you ask for help, and then they come and help you with them. It felt like every card shop felt like what like a regional championship might feel like, as far as like the cards being in cases, asking for help with the case, all that. Like it was the closest point of comparison that we have in the United States is like a regional championship. Like you go into a regional championship and being able to like go from one booth to the next, to the next, to the next. That's the closest thing that we have, because you have all these people who are interested in cards, who are buying, selling, and trading all in one condensed space. That's like what life is like. Like a regional championship where you have all these people who are interested in cards and all these vendors selling cards all in one space. Japan is just like that. like we only get that experience at a regional where you bring all these people with a similar interest together into one space. But what I'm telling you is like Tokyo was just like that. Like there were just people interested in cards all over the place, and card stores being sustained all over the place. And the amount of people who were showing up and interested in cards was constant. Just no matter what shop you were in, there were people like buying, selling, trading cards constantly. It was really cool. It was really cool. It was really special. It was really, really exciting. It was a really exciting place to be as a Pokemon card fan, to be in that kind of environment, something that I've never experienced before. So with all of that, there was a lot of buying that occurred, okay? A lot of buying, a lot of cards. It is very difficult to open sealed product in Japan. That pretty much does not exist. In fact, in Japan, you basically had to be a kid if you wanted to buy booster packs, or you could buy a limit of 5 booster packs a day from like some select Pokemon centers, and you know, most like game stores would not offer booster packs to anybody who wasn't a child, right? So it's just like buying actual physical booster packs was pretty much impossible, especially of the newest set. But singles, you know, there's just a ton of opportunities to purchase singles and stuff, which was really cool. So one of the things that I was working on the most during my time in Japan was my Pokemon 151 collection. I have like 60 Master Ball cards now. You guys can see the Master Ball Holo. Yes, I left for Japan with maybe 5 Master Ball Holo cards from Pokemon 151, and now I have about 60. So I have a good number of the Master Ball Holo cards. Some of the Master Ball Holo cards are really cheap, like this one right here, 180 yen. That's only like $1 or $2. As a little rule of thumb, as a little kind of like conversion memorization for you, 1,000 yen is about $6.90 right now. So that's like your conversion rate. So yeah, so like right here, this Master Ball card was 1,400 yen, so that's about $10, right? So the prices of the Master Ball Holo cards, they were kind of stable right around $7. There's a lot of cards you could find for $7, which was sick. You know, so for about 1,000 yen. Some of your more popular characters would be up in like the 2,000 yen mark, so like $15. And basically, I went buck wild. I was like, I'm going to try and work on my Master Ball collection from Pokemon 151. Since I am trying to 100% the set, this seemed like it was pretty much the best way to do it. Like, you've got Sea King Master Ball here for 980 yen. $6 for a Master Ball card? They only have 1 Master Ball Holo per booster box of Pokemon 151. So being able to buy a card like Master Ball Sea King for 980 yen, that's under $7 US. In order to buy a card like this on eBay or like whatever, you would have to pay probably $15 to $20 and then pay to ship it from Japan. So I was just scooping up all of the Master Ball, all the Master Ball Holo cards I could find for like a relatively good price. I was doing a lot of comparing around and kind of seeing, what the good competitive prices were for Master Ball Holos. Here's, Spearow for 800 yen. Yup, give it to me. That's cool. The Zubat Master Ball Holo, and I did a lot of scooping up those. Some of the rarer Master Ball cards I got. Snorlax is one of the rarer ones. You see it's 2,500 yen, so it's about $20. But then a lot of them were cheap, right? Your Mankey, your Kabuto. And since they're real sticklers about condition in Japan, so you can see here, the cards with the yellow sticker are like considered mod play. So they're going to be like a little bit less expensive. They're considered played if they have the yellow sticker. But like, look at what, like that card is considered played, dude. I don't even know what they're talking about. Like, I can't even, like, I don't know. Like, this one was considered played for some reason. But there's not a thing wrong with it. So, yeah, if you saw, for me, like, I didn't care. I was buying up the yellow sticker cards left and right because they are very strict about their condition. So I am much less strict since I'm trying to 100% the sets. Master Ball Venomoth, Execute. And I think that the future of the Master Ball cards, I think, is like really good, actually, because the Master Ball
holo print only exists in Japan, and this is like the original 151 Pokemon, so it's kind of like something that I'm specking on. I think that the Master Ball cards have like a really solid future, since I think they're going to be really rare and hard to get. So I picked up as many of the easy to get ones as I could find, and then I kind of figured, I'll just slowly pick up the higher ticket Master Ball cards as I go. Some of the higher ticket cards are going to be easier to find than the lower, more common cards on eBay. Now, one of the most expensive Master Ball cards I got is this Gengar. Gengar, was awesome. I mean, this card was probably about $100 US. I think there was I think I paid about $100 for it, and I got a really good deal on it. I saw some Gengars listed for like 20. Yes, some Gengars I saw listed for over 20,000 yen, which is over $150. And I got this one for like 17,000 yen. So, I got it for like about $100. I saw some listed for well over $150. Yeah, just this is one of the biggest Master Ball chase cards in the set for sure, and I saw a really good deal on it, so I decided to pick it up. I was really, really loving this Gengar card. It's one of my favorite cards from the set, so definitely hopped on the opportunity to get the Master Ball version of that. More Master Balls. Yeah, just, I told you, we got like 60 Master Balls now. I got a lot of them, which is really hype, because these cards are one per box. Like I said, one per box, dude. So Japan was like the spot to pick these up. And a lot of them you can find for like $7. So it adds up. Trust me. You buy like, 10 Master Ball cards at $7. You're still spending $70, even if you're just buying like Meowth. So yeah, it definitely added up quick. And not all of them were $7. I mean, some of them were like more like $10 to $15 range, but it was still a really good haul on the Master Ball cards. I also picked up, I think, almost every single Pokeball reverse holo that I need. So I'm very, very far along my way to to completing Pokemon 151, which I thought would be like a pretty much impossible task. I thought it would be a pretty much impossible task going in, but now that I've kind of like visited Japan and actually got to pick up so many of the Master Ball cards just straight from the source, it's starting to feel like completing a master set of Pokemon 151 is actually feasible. I also got the Secret Rare Blastoise. Being able to buy this card in Japan was very cool. This is probably my favorite card from the sets. The Arita Secret Art Rare Blastoise. Just a gorgeous, gorgeous card. Was really excited about picking this up. This is one of my favorite cards that I picked up from Japan in general. Just love the artwork on that. And then I also picked up the full art Charizard. Thankfully, I opened the Secret Art Rare Charizard from my booster boxes of 151. So I was only missing the full art Charizard. So picking that up was another goal of mine. I also got to finish picking up all of the art rare cards that I need from Pokemon 151, the Pikachu, Nidoking, Dragonair, and all of the other full art cards that I needed. I think I already had Alakazam EX, but I forgot. So I picked up another one. Ninetales EX, Golem EX, Kangaskhan, Jinx, Zapdos, Mew, Blue's sister, and Giovanni. I still have some of the Secret Art Rare supporters that I need to pick up, like the Secret Art Rare Erica I still need to get. That's going to be a tough one to find. The Secret Art Rare Zapdos is also expensive. So is the Secret Art Rare Mew. So those are going to be some of the bigger dollar cards that I still have left to get from Pokemon 151. But thankfully, since those are, bigger ticket cards, those are going to be easier to find on eBay than some of like the, Master Ball Holo, Pokeball Holo cards. So I didn't really worry about picking up the most expensive cards from the set while I was in Japan, since those cards will be much easier to find on eBay later. I was really looking for kind of like all of the odds and ends, right, that I would need. And then also the Blastoise, just because I love that card. So got those. And that's all of the full arts and Master Ball cards that I picked up. Let's see what else we've got. Oh, yeah. And then pretty much this entire box right here is all Pokeball Holos. So, that's the thing about completing the Pokemon 151 set is you need every single reverse holo card. And these were super cheap. I mean, you could find them for like 100 yen or less, right? So it was like, okay, well, I just need to go through and I need to buy every single one. So I think I picked up almost every single reverse holo card from the set in Japan. And yeah, it added up eventually, since you are paying 1 to 200 yen, per holo. It added up, but that was definitely just going through the Japanese card stores and just finding every single reverse holo card was the easiest way to do this. Ordering all of these singles online would have been pretty much a nightmare. So being able to just, boom, Onyx reverse, 100 yen, sure, yeah, whatever. Being able to just go through and pick up all of these reverse holos from 151 for 100 yen a piece, that's 70 cents, right? So yeah. It's 70 cents. So it adds up, because I got 100 of them, but maybe more. See, traded for this art rare Absol. I've got a little collection of art rares, so was hype on that. Traded for the art rare Fletchinder as well. Fletchinder is one of my favorite bird Pokemon. Probably my favorite non-Zapdos bird Pokemon. But Fletchinder is a top 10 favorite Pokemon for me altogether. Really like that card. And then the Tinkatink. There were a lot of really cool, art exclusive cards, promos, things like that they have in Japan that they just don't have here. I saw a lot of cards that I'd never seen before, which was really cool. It's, working and existing at a card shop. You pretty much assume that you've seen every Pokemon card that has ever existed. So whenever you see a card that you've never seen before, it's always pretty exciting. Yeah, those vending machine promos were sick. And more Pokeball Holos. But we got more than just the Pokemon 151 stuff. However, I did want to show off the stuff I got from the Pokemon 151 set. Another cool thing they've got in Japan is their cardboard box situation is awesome. They sell a lot of these cardboard boxes just deconstructed, and then you can kind of fold them up, and they don't have elite trainer boxes over in Japan, but they've got these. So these are really cool, and definitely was excited to pick up some of these cardboard boxes in Japan that they kind of sell products in. Some of them are just loose. This one you just bought unfolded and you fold it up yourself. This Charizard one had a product in it, but then they were just selling the Lucy box for 500 yen. It's $3, and it's a super dope Charizard box. So definitely pick that up. Oh, and let's see what else we got. As you may or may not know, Natalie and I have a collection of almost 200 Pokemon TCG decks. I mean, we've got loads of them. So while we were in Japan, we were looking for cards for our retro decks. a lot of decks we have built in all Japanese, and then also just finding Japanese cards for retro decks is like really difficult. So going through card shops and just picking up cards like Computer Searches, Elms, Breeders, all that, it was like a dream for us being able to find all of these staples for retro Pokemon TCG decks, and they were all pretty reasonable prices as well. Some shops were, better on prices than others, but we really went ham on like the retro stuff. These item finders I was able to find for like a few $100 a piece, which is insane. If you try to look up Japanese item finder on eBay or something, like you may pay $20 a piece for these, and we found them for like $3 a piece. It was insane. So those were like all instant scoops for us. Another card that was like obnoxiously hard to find, I'm building a base set Blastoise deck in all Japanese, and it plays Gyarados, so I need 4 base set Magikarps in Japanese. This card pretty much doesn't exist in all the card shops. It was very impossible to find. Of all the different card shops we went to, this card was sold out at almost all of them. Even if they had like base set cards, the Magikarps were just all scooped up. It's because Magikarp is just that dude. Very popular Pokemon. I also picked up some base set Zapdos from Japan. Building a all Japanese base set Zapdos deck, I think. So not base set Zapdos, a all Japanese like 2003 Zapdos deck. So I picked up the Zapdos that I need for that deck. This card was relatively hard to find. I mean, it was like 10, 15 bucks a piece. So ended up adding up, but these guys are all really pretty. I just love the Japanese holo on these. The quality is just really, really impeccable. And these cards all held up very well. In Japanese as opposed to English. Oh, this one's got some damage on the back. Doesn't matter. I'm playing it. But like the holo all holds up really well. And I feel like the Japanese cards, the holo on them scratches less easily than it does on English cards. I don't know if anybody else has had that experience, but also I love these VS energies. These are like a Japanese exclusive holo energy. Also picked up some WEB Rocket Sneak Attacks and an E-Reader Oracle that we need for some of our retro decks. Yeah, those were 6. So good haul there. And then Natalie was having the time of her life, just going through like bulk bins and just buying stuff. I mean, she was just like, she was going hard. Yeah. So like basically when it comes to building our retro decks, Natalie is the captain of the ship. All right. She knows everything that we need. She knows everything all the staples that we need to build all the various different decks. Yeah. I mean, just insane. I look at all these like EX era staples that we were able to find, right? Like this is crazy. Absolutely nuts. Some really good cards from the EX era for our decks. Rocket's admins, huge. Steven's advice, Rocket's tricky gym, let's go. Our energies, those are big. POW hand extension, that's huge. Bryony's, Celio's networks. Got a nice hollow metal energy. Love that. TV reporters, also big. A lot of our retro decks need TV reporters, and we've got like a couple of play sets there. That was huge. Ooh, these Fire Red Leaf Green Versus Seekers. Look at that. In Japanese, dude. This was sick. Absolutely gorgeous. Love those. The First Ed, Fire Red Leaf Green Versus Seekers. 2 of these are unlimited. They're either unlimited or they're like theme deck. I don't know. They don't have the First Ed in the corner. Couple of Pidgeots. Shout out to the new Pidgeot EX. This is the original Pidgeot from Fire Red Leaf Green with the quick search ability. One of the best cards during that era, the original EX era. Couple Dunsparce, Skitty, a non-holo Banette EX, which is really cool as well. Yeah. The really awesome thing about this is since I use all of these cards on the channel, they're all tax write-offs, baby. This is all tax write-off. Love it. Gardevoir. Junk Arms. Pokemon collectors. The Heart Gold Soul Silver cards are really cool in Japanese. And it's like, you know, finding Japanese singles like this for retro formats is really difficult to do online. I don't know if anybody's tried to do it before. It just is not easy. There's not a lot of places where you can find the cards. And then shipping from Japan is pretty much always a pain. Looks like we got some holos here. Man, look at all these holos. God. These cards look so sick. Junipers. Thank you, Blast Boys, for the sub. Ultra Balls. Dang, look how crazy these look. I'm telling you, the Japanese cards just hit different, dude. Don't those look amazing with the silver border? So good. So good. That card looks amazing. Wow. Beautiful. Empoleon, that's another really awesome classic card. Love that. What's really cool is, oh my gosh, this Curum, dude. Yes, look at him. Gorgeous. Oh my gosh. Looks so cool. Dang. Stoutland. Squirtle and Vanillux. Terrakion. God, the hollow borders on these cards just, you know, we didn't get those hollow borders here. So that's like an entirely, this is what the cards were supposed to look like, you know? And that kind of blows my mind because I never really got to experience that, but this is like what the black and white cards were supposed to look like. And they just like have an entirely different feel to them than the ones that we ended up getting. Dark Explorer's Ivysaur in Japanese. Electric, Zoroark, Zorua. Kling Klang, Cabalions. Yo, look at all those Cabalion. Yes. Wonderful. Gothitelle, Reuniclus. I mean, just like look at like how dope these cards look just in your hand. You know what I mean? Like they just have such a presence to them that our English black and white cards just don't have. And it's all about the hollow borders. I mean, the hollow borders are just, they look so good. Yeah, this card is super pretty too. It really, you know, the hollow extending onto the border gives these like black and white cards like some real character and personality that I feel like they're just lacking in English. Thunderous Virizion. Yeah, it really makes them exciting to hold. Another Cobalion. Sigilyph. Sick. Okay, let's see what's next. In the box, some X and Y staples. Those were the black and white staples. We got some X and Y staples as well. Greninja, Frogadier. Yo, Japanese Greninja deck. A Trevenant for 50 yen? Yes, please. Reverse Crobats for 50 yen? Okay. Yo, the Tot, dude. They got the broken Tot. Gym Leader Challenge Tot. Gym Leader Challenge Bronzong. A lot of good Gym Leader Challenge cards. Strong Energy. Parallel. Ooh, didn't see that yet. I don't know if I showed off these guys. Donphan Ends and Donphan, all really exciting. There we go. The X and Y era. You can see the change between the black and white era and the X and Y era. We still got the hollow borders in X and Y, which looks really cool, but like the line hollow is gone. It's more of like a flat hollow. Which is pretty neat. You know, this is the difference between the black and white era and the X and Y era in Japan. You know, such a... Yeah, we were messing up making all of our cards have yellow borders. We messed up for the longest time doing that. Bouffalant, he's so handsome. Wow, look at that. Eviolite. Isn't that sick? What the heck? That's crazy. Crack Hollow, Ice Hollow N. I do apologize, Natalie, if some of these are out of order by the time you get them back. I'm realizing very late that they were organized so perfectly. Sun and Moon cards. Some Gym Leader Challenge stuff. Zebstrika, some cool GX cards. Nice promo Drampa. Cynthias are always good to have. Boswell. Let's see what else we got in this box. Energies. Love energies. Retro energies, Japanese energies. Oh yes, we were picking up all sorts of energies. Love these are some of the coolest energies we never got. They also come in like the gold and holographic versions. The non-holo versions are really cool too. But you know, we don't have any of these from the XY era with like the text through the back, so that's pretty cool. Nice emerald holo Japanese energy for about $7 US. This is cool. Okay, the what set was this from? I forget. These are the emerald ones, but these, I forget what those are. Holland Phantoms, yes. The non-holo Holland Phantoms energies were really cool. That was sick. Because we only got these in holographic in the US. So getting to find these in non-holo is like really dope. Now these were expensive. These cost way more than I wanted to pay for them. But you know what? I was feeling good after finishing top 32, and I was ready to spring a little. 4K yen, dude. That's like $30 a pop. It's like $25 each. These guys are not easy to find, dude. They're hard. They're hard to find. They're pricey, man. The swirls, they got them there. They're not cheap. Straight up. But I've got 4 of these now, which is the exact amount that you need to play my Lightning GLC deck. So, that's what I got. It's because I already have 1. Now I have 3 more. 4 Lightning Energy in my Lightning GLC deck. So, that's fine. So, I could play all swirls in my Lightning GLC deck now if I want to. Yeah, that's fine. These are super sick. So, I love these energies. They're my favorite energy ever printed. So, it's fine. Investing into them, it's fine. They ain't getting any younger, that's for sure. That's some pretty cool energy there. Another non-holo energy from Holland Phantoms. I'm kind of a sucker for the team-up energies, okay? They're growing on me, the tag team energies. I think they're kind of sick. When they came out, I thought that they were ugly as sin, but honestly, now they're like so ugly that I kind of like them. The black and white energies with like the little checks in the back, those are really cool. Love those. Oh, are these? What are these? What does that say at the top? Are these the Russian energy, Natalie? Man, what the heck is that? That is Russian, dude. I ain't never seen energy that looked like that. That's cool. Wow. Never seen energy that looks like that before. Yeah. More Russian energy. There's just so much like unique stuff over there. Stuff that you just, you know, as people who live in card stores like us, like when you see cards that you've never seen before, it's genuinely shocking. So getting to see like Russian energy, you know, it's like, dang, I'd never seen Russian energy before. Those fairy energy, how cool is that? These are really cool. These are like the other, I gotta say, these are some of my favorite energy as well. And the black and white energy are all just so pretty. With the silver borders, dude. Everything looks better with the silver borders. Everything. Everything. Our cards were robbed of the silver borders for so long. Yo! All right. This is like one of our biggest pickups in Japan. Natalie was posted up trading during the World Championships, and this was a card that she was able to trade for. I think she traded like a playmat and some other stuff for it. Which was really sick. Absolutely love this card. The Gold Star cards are some of the rarest in the Pokemon TCG, and I'm a huge fan of the Gold Star cards myself. I had Suicune Gold Star signed by the illustrator, and now we've got Raikou Gold Star. We just need Entei. Thank you, Z-Man Cuddles, for the Prime sub in the 15 months. Yes, absolutely love this card. It's gorgeous. Really excited we were able to trade some of our stuff for it. Now, for those of you that don't know, at the World Championships, there's a lot of trading that goes on. You know, people from all over the world come together at the World Championships, and a lot of players from Japan are really interested in, you know, merchandise from TPCI, from, you know, from international events that they don't get to see. And then a lot of American players or players that that play in TPCI held events are interested in Japanese merchandise. So there's a lot of trading that goes on. Thank you, BK Sting, for that Prime sub. And then, that was a pretty cool card, isn't it? Would you look at that? Top 32 Paradise Resorts new promo from the World Championships released this year. Thank you, Chrono Sprockets, for that sub. The retreat cost of each Psyduck in play is 1 colorless less. Glorious, huh? Isn't that fun? Cool. Was really excited to be able to earn this card at the World Championships. I got a little frame for it, and I'm going to put it up next to my trophies. So that's it's pretty dope. Nice little thing to remember the World Championships by. So, amped about that. The easiest thing to be able to show off for sure. Really cool card. I mean, Lapras is just awesome Pokemon. You got all the starters from Scarlet and Violet there, Pikachu, and then of course Psyduck. Now apparently Psyduck has been in like every Worlds promo ever, so it's kind of a fun little thing. There's also a rainbow in the background, and I saw a rainbow on Mount Fuji. Pretty cool. Also, the Ferris wheel, like, it's in Yokohama. Isn't that insane? Like, the artwork is Yokohama themed. Like, our hotel was right next to this building and the Ferris wheel. Dang, that's crazy. That's, the more I look at it, the more I realize that's really special. That's really fun. Wow. Cool. Let's see what else we got. Put those away. Man, I can't wait to go through all of my Japanese retro decks and like fill them out with newer cards. Let's see, I already looked through that. I think Natalie said there's nothing in here. Yeah, that's just some energy and stuff. But how cool is this Tyranitar deck box? He's wearing a hat. Isn't that nice? Tyranitar with a hat. So sick. And then we got, look at that cute little deck box. Adorable. And we got some more cards to show off here. Let's go. Grabbed another Metacham EX. If you watch the Metacham EX YouTube video, I had one World Championship Metacham EX. Now we can replace that. A Rayquaza EX. Mew EX. Natalie said that she traded for another Lightning Swirl. So sick. So now I've got 5 Lightning Swirls. I found this Grass Swirl. 400 yen, dude. I found it for 400 400 yen! Bruh! That's like $3. Like, sure, the card is played. I don't care. It's about to be more played when I'm done with it. So, yeah, we picked up 5 swirls. Wow, look at him. Isn't he so nice? See, I've never seen this card before. I've never seen this card before. There's so many cards we just bought because we'd never seen them before. So we're like, oh yeah, look at this guy. Heracross with a Beautifly. That's sick. Look at him. Never seen that card before. Never seen any of those before. That's wild. Whalmer. This is a really cool Zatu. We found some Del Caddies for our 2004 decks. Or 2005. I think 2005. I'm working on a Blastoise deck, Blastoise EX deck in all Japanese that plays Del Caddy. English Nidoqueen, apparently. Japanese Raikou EX. So sick. Japanese Groudon. A pair of Japanese Jirachi. Which, if you watched the Metacham video, the most recent video on my channel, then you saw just how good this card is. And then a final card that I needed for my all-Japanese Dragtrode deck is this Dragonites, and it's got like a Firecracker holo on it, or like a Sparkle holo. You can kind of see its sparkly sheen there. These are really hard to find. I think this card is probably like $75, something like that. It's like not the most expensive, but like they're not cheap. And the deck plays 2 of them, so. It's a beautiful card. That's one of my favorite cards that I picked up over the weekend, over the couple of weeks for sure. Another Metacham EX and Nidoqueen. Natalie got this out of a vending machine. Like literally you put 1,000 yen in or whatever, and then, you know, it spits out a random card, and she got the got the Charizard, which is so sick because, you know, most of the time you're putting in money and you're getting less money than you put in, or less value than you put in, because it's like a randomized lottery system. But she was able to pull the Charizard, so that was really, really dope. And a couple other odds and ends. Blaziken's cool. That Ivysaur is really cool as well. Look at that. That's pretty cool. World Championship promo. What is this from? 2022? Okay. That's neat. Got a couple packs of those. I think Natalie traded for these when she was doing the trading in the open trading area. Beardo, extremely underrated Animal Crossing villager. Beardo, my goat. I think it's just like a Piplup we've never seen before. Ash's Pikachu. How cool is that? I had a fan give me this card which was really special. That was awesome. Met them in a card shop. I think in Card Secret. So this was really special. It was a promo that a fan, international fan, gave me. These guys are sick. I did get a opportunity to meet a lot of different fans from all over. I met fans from the Philippines, from Indonesia, from Japan. Also, getting to see players from all over the world play Gym Leader Challenge during the Gym Leader Challenge side events at the World Championships was also incredibly special. That was like one of the most surreal things I had ever seen, was seeing players with decks from all over the world in all different languages playing Gym Leader Challenge. It was so cool. It was so cool. And then I met some really big Gym Leader Challenge fans from Japan who are like hosting Gym Leader Challenge tournaments and things like that in Japan. So I got to meet two Japanese Gym Leader Challenge tournament organizers at Worlds, which was really, really awesome. Yeah, that was very special. Definitely one of the coolest parts of the experience. So many cool cards. Like, what is this Pied of? Like, what? Yeah, so just absolutely unforgettable experience. That's, I mean, what? I've been showing off the cards that we bought for like, an hour. Like, my goodness. Those are just the cards we picked up at the card stores. That's just part of what we did. And I mean, there were so many cool things that we did at the World Championships. It was really just non-stop fun all the way. Now, I know something that'd be pretty cool. What do you guys think? You want to open a booster box? Let's do it. So, I ordered 3 of these from Japan because I didn't know if I would get the English Charizards first or the Japanese Charizard first in order to build the deck to show it off on the channel. Thankfully, I was able to find some English ones and made the video, right? And I was really excited about that. And so now I've got these 3 Charizard boxes. I think I'm going to keep 2 sealed in my booster box closet, and then we'll open 1. This isn't 151. There's no Master Balls in here. This is the Charizard set. This is Obsidian Flames. I'm not opening 151. There's no Master Ball Hollows in this. Yeah, this is Charizard set. So we want to try and open the gold Charizard. That's what we're going for. Well, let's do it. That's pretty hype. Yeah, look at that. That goes hard. Yeah, that. Yeah, that goes hard. It goes real hard. No. Let's see. You guys want to predict? All right, it's been a while. Sure. Predict. What do you guys want to predict on? Will I open a higher than base level Charizard EX? All right, that's what we're doing. Higher than base level Charizard EX. 1 minute. So higher than base level means like the regular art Charizard EX doesn't count. But will I open like, yeah, full art or secret art rare or gold? There are three different guides. Right? Are there 3 different guides? Is there a secret art rare? I don't remember. Or are there 2 different kinds? There's the gold. There's the full art. I think there are 4 different kinds. There's the regular art, and then there's 3 other ones. Yeah, there is a secret art rare. Oh, that's right. The secret art rare is all the cracked hollow. Yeah. Okay. See, yeah, I opened the secret. That was 2 weeks ago, to be fair. All right, it's been a while. Okay. Here we go. Fun stuff. I've got an eye exam in about 45 minutes, so this is going to be how we close out the stream today. Thank you all for hanging out. It's been a wonderful time. Let's see what we can find in our box of Ruler of the Black Flame. I'll be sleeving my hits in the best sleeves to protect your Pokemon trading card game singles, Dragon Shields. Dragon Shield's got a sale going on right now. If you click the link in the chat or in the description below, if you're watching on the VOD channel, they've got 20% off orders over $100. Their summer sale going on at dragonshield.com, their web store. Clicking the link directly supports the content that I produce here on Tricky Jim, so thank you all so much for doing that. And a nice Japanese Palafin there. It's our first holo. Cool. Inkay, Togetic, Darkrai, and some dude in a pink jacket. I don't know who that is. Pink guy, dark jacket. I don't know. Cannot say with confidence. Carvana. Lil dude. It's Ortega. Got it. Bisharp. Claydol. Charmeleon. Anybody going to the Pittsburgh Regional Championships? I was able to sign up for the Pittsburgh Regional Championships this past week, so I will see you all there. Really excited about that. Should be a fun time. I'm already on the board with some championship points towards my invite to Hawaii. I got second place at the League Cup a few weeks ago with Miraidon EX. I've been thrilled to see that a lot of other players have been seeing success with Miraidon EX as well. Lots of posts on Twitter I've been seeing of people winning their local League Cups or League Challenges with my Miraidon list. So really glad that the deck is showing up for some other people as well. I think it's a really... Yo, let's go! Cleffa. Beautiful, beautiful card. Really excited we were able to pull this in Japanese. This Cleffa is one of my favorite Pokemon. Yeah, King Jester said my Miraidon list won him a case tournament. That's awesome. Yeah, so amped to see that. I mean, love it. Love to see other people doing well with one of my favorite decks in a long time. I think this Cleffa card has a lot of potential. Being able to fill your hand to 7 cards for free. It's got free retreat, 30 hit points. Beautiful artwork. Love that. Little ball toy action. Toxel. Hey, Rev of Room EX. Dang, look at how much that card pops. That looks so good. Beautiful card. He's got some attitude. And the Spread Eagle Flamigo. Cool. Combi. Little dude. Finizen. And Gita. New supporter card. And then what? Shopping center? Something like that? Stadium? Jet lag is starting to hit me real hard right now. I'm not gonna lie. We got in at like midnight last night from our flight to Japan. Hey, Vespiquen EX. Cool. And we got in at about midnight. So we weren't really tired when we got in though, because it was midnight, you know, Ohio time, but I'm still used to Japan time right now, so I didn't get to bed until like 2 a.m. and I passed out. Woke up at about 8, so definitely starting to feel it a little bit. Cryogonal. Stomfisk. Patrol Cap. Tadbomb. Smellimar. Letter. Charmeleon. Lycanroc. Did that card have a... Wait. Run it back. Isn't every pack supposed to have a rare in it? It's just like that. That's the worst pack of Pokemon cards I've ever opened by far. I think it's just a glitch. Not in Japanese packs? I thought everyone was supposed to have a holo in it. I guess not. Oh, no. Okay, I guess I'm tripping. English is guaranteed rare now. Okay, I'm tripping. That's fine. Yeah, right, because with the size of the sets, if every pack had a holo in it, you'd open the same 2 holos like a million times. Ooh, Seismitoad. Okay, time for the back half of the box. So far, we're on the board with Vespiquen, Rev of Room. There we go. Pidge, Vulpix, Doggo, and Togekiss. Houndoom. Very cool. Come on, Charizard. I believe. Pig. Pupitar. Solrock. Yeah, Obsidian Flames is not the best set. So you'll notice, did anybody notice what happened to the price of Charizard EX? Anybody in the class know what the price of Charizard EX is right now? How much does Charizard EX cost? It's like $30, isn't it? Is it more than that now? Charizard EX to the moon, baby. Now, you know what happened? Well, Full Grip didn't do pre-sales on this set. And you want to know why? Because there's not enough good cards in the set to make it worth it. So we were going to lose too much money. Full Grip was going to lose too much money by opening this set, basically. So what you have then is a lot of players are not opening this set because they don't want to take the risk of not making their money back. So shops aren't opening the set either. So there is a lower count of Charizards because the only thing that people want out of the set is Charizards, but nobody wants to open the set because you're almost guaranteed to lose money. So what you have then are expensive Charizards. Yep. Well, Charizards and Pidgeots, but still, look, how many Pidgeots have I opened? How many Charizards have I opened? And this is the Japanese version, which is even smaller. There we go. Absol EX. Okay, not exactly who you want out of the set, but that's fine. Come on down, Absol. All right, that's just supply and demand, baby. Which is exactly why I'm going to keep my other two booster boxes of Ruler of the Black Flame sealed, right? I don't need to have two other booster box experiences that look like this. You know? I'm cool on that, dude. I'm cool. I'm going to keep these sealed. Why? Because they've got pretty Charizard on them. And here's our secret rare. This goober, dude. This is like the worst. Yeah. Last thing I need is this goober. No, not this guy again, bro. It's the last thing you want. Ortega. Who? Ortega. Not Ortega, bro. Brandon says he pulled that at his pre-release and you got offered a can of pop for it. Hey, all right, redeemed. We got Pig. Now, I collect the Japanese art rare cards, so honestly, getting Cleffa and Pig, that's pretty hype. Ice Cube. What other full art supporters in this set? That guy, he's cool. Gita, Rhyme, Poppy. Ooh, I would like the full art Rhyme. I didn't get a single Charizard, bro. Not even a Charizard, period. Yo! Okay, this is hype. Yes, dude. That card is beautiful. Absolutely gorgeous. All right, I'm hype on that. That's fire. Yes. More cards for my my art rare binder. So those are, again, the art rares are so much better than the EXs. It's like not even close. All right, I got one more box in me. Come on. All right, my appointment's at 4. I got 15 minutes. I didn't open a single Charizard, bro. I gotta open one more. I gotta see which one of these has a nicer looking shrink wrap. This one's got kind of a shoddy looking shrink wrap. All right, we'll open this one. We'll keep this one sealed. Yeah, that one's got a nice tight shrink wrap. All right, that one's the sealed one. Okay. One more, guys. One more, baby. Keep the last one sealed. Yeah, let's go, dude. Pidgeot EX. Hype, first pack in. Love it. This is definitely probably the best card from the set. This and Charizard, but all right, you want me to pay the... It's better than all the cards that I pulled in the last box, so... Oh, thank you for paying out the prediction there. I have to... Well, the way it works is since I didn't get a Charizard in the last box, I have to get one in this box. That's... Everybody knows that that's how it works. And since I got Ortega in the last box, I got to get a sweet secret rare in this box. It's going to be like full art Absol. Thank you, Lance, for running the prediction. Listen, I got all these booster boxes sitting around, you know. I'll keep one sealed. I've got enough willpower to do that. But also, I realize I just want some of these art rare cards for my my art rare collection too. So, you know, it's like those are that's fine. And the price of the boxes is already tanked from what I bought them for a few weeks ago, so that's fine. We buy them for the content, not to make a profit off of them. And right now they are content, so. Yo, we got the Varoom. Yes, I don't have Varoom yet in Japanese. Love that. I only collect the Japanese art rare cards, so this is a new one that I do not have yet. I still got a partnership with Bai Yi, but we didn't partner up for this release because I wasn't going to be in town for it. So my next Bai Yi collab will probably be in October after talking with the rep. Yo, we got another Ninetales. Let's go, dude. Hot. This is like the best art rare card in the set, so yeah, that's awesome. Another Revavroom EX. Think every one of these Revavroom EXs could be a Charizard EX, but it's just not. Now think about that. Could be. I need the Pidgey art rare. Okay. Okay. Do you guys see the glimmer? You saw the glimmer. All right. Quiet. I know you saw what I saw. Shh. I know you saw it. Oh, yeah. It's there. You don't want to scare it away. What is it? What do you think it is? What could it be? It could be Artisan. Now what is it? See? Isn't that nice? See, that's why you always double or nothing, chat. That's why you always double or nothing, all right? See? That's why you always double down. When in the face of adversity, double your bets. That's right, baby. Wow. That's cool. Not too bad. I'll take it. Well, I guess opening my boxes ended up being worth it. Cool. I'm glad I picked this box to open. That's pretty sick. And then Natalie's got the full art Charizard in Japanese. So now we've got the gold Charizard in Japanese and the full art. That's pretty hot. Cool. Yeah, this box is way better than the other one. You think the other box has the secret art rare? No. Togekiss. I gotta keep the other box sealed. Maybe I'll keep the other one sealed and then on a rainy day, you know? There's only one way to find out what's in the other box. No, you stop when you hit, bro. You stop when you hit. See, y'all, you gotta stop when you hit. You don't keep rolling, dude. You stop when you hit. You gotta. I'm not taking any of you with me to the casino. I'm not taking. You go out on top, bro. You go out on top. We got a nice Tyranitar EX there. That's pretty cool. Pretty cool. Listen, I already got lucky. Play the hot hand while you have it. So true. You gotta play while your hands are hot, dude. Yeah, I got it. I'm good. I got 20 minutes to get to the optometrist. Yeah. It's only going to take me 12. Who we got? Let's go, baby. Let's go. That's what I'm talking about. There's another Zard. Yes. Love it. Love it. Love it. Love it. So sick. This is my favorite of the Charizards, is the dark one, I think. The black one. Yeah, it just looks so cool. It pops, you know. Beautiful artwork. Love it. Yeah, this was the correct box for sure. A Pidgeot, a Zard, a Gold Zard, the Ninetales. Dang, this was the right box. Yo, and him? God, what a cool card, man. And the Belly Bolt, dog. Love that holo. Looks so good. That's my third art rare. Entei, for all you GLC heads out there. I've solved fire, guys. I've got it. I'm telling you, I've solved the fire GLC deck. Gita. Little punching glove. We've got 2 new winners of the Gym Leader Challenge League as well on the GLC wall. I'll show you guys next time. Yes, we've also got an Obsidian Flame set review on gymleaderchallenge.com. Thanks to the one and only Andrew Ionios. You can check that out in the link he just posted in the chats. Little Darkrai. 2 packs left. And 1 remaining. Nope, I lied. 2 packs left now. One left. You think we got one more hit in us? I'm not sure that we do. Probably not. Nope. And that's it. We got some pretty sick pulls in this box. This box was the box for sure. Out of our 2 boxes of Ruler of the Black Flame, we got 1 regular art rare Charizard EX. We got Tyranitar EX. The gold ultra rare Charizard EX. Pair of Revavooms. We got a pair of the Ninetales art rare as well. Varoom. Pidgeot EX. Belly Bolt. Ninetales. An Ice-Cube. Lechonk. Thank you, Guru Games. Ortega Full Art. Absol, Vespiquen, and Cleffa. Awesome stuff. And of course, I've got these sleeved up in Dragon Shield Perfect Fit sleeves. If you're looking for a great deal on Dragon Shields, dragonshield.com has a summer sale going on right now. 20% off your first order of $100 or more. You can check it out at dragonshield.com. And use the link in the chat if you're going to go check out dragonshield.com, because it helps me to continue creating this content that I love to produce so much here on the channel. Clicking the link is a huge help, so thank you all for visiting dragonshield.com using that link. We've also got a sale going on at Full Grip Games. Do we? I don't know. The 4th of July sale might still be going on at fullgripgames.com. I don't know if anybody turned off the faucet on that, But at the very least, there is Pokemon 151 product for pre-order available at fullgripgames.com now. So if you're looking to snag up some of that Pokemon 151 sealed product, definitely make sure to check that out at fullgripgames.com. And with that, I'm out of here. I am fading fast because of the jet lag and all of that, but I'll be back tomorrow, and tomorrow we will probably play some Pokemon trading card game live, because what else we got to do, right? So that's it. Hopefully you enjoyed my little Worlds recap. Again, I'll be having some more Worlds YouTube content being released soon, but my YouTube channel is kind of being hung up by an MCM trying to scam me out of all my money right now, so I am going through some issues with that, which hopefully I'll get sorted out soon. Or, you know, they might be hearing from my lawyer, so that's fun. All right. Y'all have a good one. I'll see you tomorrow. Bye.